Clerk will call the roll.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Andy H. Wynn, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation today will be delivered by Reuben Thompson from the Community Christian Church Disciples of Christ in Fort Worth. Again, thank you for coming out today. After the invocation, please remain standing for our pledges.
Reverend, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, Commissioner Brooks. It's an honor to be here this morning to offer this invocation prayer. God, our Creator and our Maker, we give you honor and praise for this day. We ask your blessings upon this Commissioner's Court today. We ask your blessings on our county judge and our commissioners. We ask that as our county grows and develops, you will supply all the necessary resources that are needed. Let everything that is done in this place today be just and pleasing in your sight. This prayer we offer up in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Mr. Manius, agenda announcements?
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, we have two announcements relating to the agenda and then three other comments. As it relates to the agenda, if we can go to facilities management, this is item 8G5. There's revised court communication in your folder this morning. The only change to that is that a correction on the account for funding of that particular project. Also, members of the court, if we could go to purchasing, item 8J1. This is RFP number 2013-053. We're going to ask that we hold that item for 1 week. And members of the court, just to also remind you as it relates to today's agenda that that this afternoon we have a work session, and that work session begins or will be held in 504C. And we believe that that'll start around 1 o'clock. It may be a little bit earlier than that. And then also tomorrow, we do have another work session. It'll be in 504C also, and that'll begin at 9 o'clock in the morning. And then finally, sir?
9?
Yes, sir. And then finally, next week is Thanksgiving week. And just to remind the court that we will be providing Thanksgiving dinner for you. So, come hungry next week.
Not a problem.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court members, you have before you the minutes of our regular meeting of November the 12th.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. We have a couple of items this morning under our proclamations and resolutions. First, we have a presentation regarding the 10th annual Tarrant County Sandbaggers Golf Tournament and Trophy. And so at this time, I'm going to call on Craig Maxwell, Chief Sandbagger, and who won this year, Craig?
You're so kind. Well, I'm getting ready to tell you. We had the 10th annual Tarrant County Golf Tournament at Bear Creek Golf Club. It was a very good day. Got a little chilly at the end, but all in all, everybody had a very good time. This is the first time we played at Bear Creek. We had 26 teams, 103 players. This year was we had I believe it was Patricia Ward was the 1,000th individual to sign up for our golf tournament. So that it does tell you that we have a good turnout every year. So it's a lot of fun. Before I get to the overall winning team, let me tell you about the runner-up, or not the runner-up, but sorry. It's not going to be on the run, I'm sorry. Slip of the tongue there. It was the winner of the Hogan flight. It's not anything.
Did you say
If y'all want to get to him, we can get to him later on, but
Hogan
that's, this is the, this year's winner was, of the Hogan flight was Mark Butler, Freddie Wheel, Judge Vincent Sprinkle, and his wife Susan Sprinkle. This is the second year that they've won this, so congratulations to them. I don't think any of them are out there. Now we will get to the winner of this year's tournament. There was a tie for first place. There was as in the court communique, we did use the new modified determiner rule to determine the winner of this year's tournament, and
You modified.
it's the USGA determines how the winner should be when there is a tie announced, and this year's winner would be Mr. Fred Erickson, Mr. Peter Lee Hinojosa, Mr. Doug Black, and Mr. Michael Schroeder. I believe this is Fred and Doug's third time to win, Peter's fourth time, and Mr. Schroeder's second time to win. Mr. Reich and his group did finish second.
under the modified new?
It's kind of a long story. You might ask him about that sometime. He'd probably like to share a little bit of that with you later on.
Short things or long
in
Ray. I'll be
private.
darned if I'm going to ask him anything.
But this one he might keep kind of short, but the trophy was donated by the Tarrant County Credit Union. They did come out and help with the registration. I really appreciate what they do. It makes it a very nice tournament, and most everybody has a very, very good time. So with that, I think Mr. Fred Erickson would like to say a couple of words if you have just a moment. So, thank you, gentlemen.
You bet. Y'all come on forward. Whoever the winning team is, y'all get up here. Yeah, keep it short here.
I'll make this short and sweet.
That's good.
Okay. First, I would like to thank the Commissioners Court and the Tarrant County Credit Union for their continued support to the 10th Annual Tarrant County Golf Tournament. This support is the cornerstone of its success. I would like to especially recognize Doug Black, Craig Maxwell, and Mark Mendez, and all other golf committee members for their hard work and dedication. I would like to give thanks to my team, Doug Black, Peter Hinojosa, and Mike Schroeder, because we function as a team. Teamwork is the key to winning. I think overall, all the participants in the tournament had a great time of so many teams. And also, this was a very special event, and just overall, everybody enjoyed it, and we're ready for a 2014 golf tournament. Thank you.
Thanks, Fred. Next, we have a proclamation on Tarrant County Adoption Day, and I will read that into the record. And I believe Leslie is here, so come on forward and let me read this into the record. Whereas thousands of Texas children have been abused, neglected, or abandoned by their natural birth parents, with more than 1,100 of these children in Tarrant County, and whereas many of these children's only hope for a full and productive life is to be accepted by loving homes, and whereas adoption allows children to be reared in a safe, loving, and nurturing environment, as adoptive parents take on the role of guiding, teaching, nurturing, and loving children
in order to provide them the best possible chance for being productive citizens. And whereas we commend these families for the sacrifice they are willing to make to enhance the lives of these children, and whereas the children being adopted today by these loving and special families will have a new chance in life to fulfill their hopes and dreams, and whereas we send our best wishes to the children whose adoptions are made final today and to the wonderful families who will give them unconditional love. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim November 22nd, 2013 as Tarrant County Adoption Day, in witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 19th day of November 2013. I'll move its approval.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners Court, for your continued support. I've been involved in National Adoption Day since it began in 2000. And this year, I was honored to be the chair of National Adoption Day. This year, we have over 70 children that have been in foster care, and they're being adopted by their forever families. And we are going to have a great day on Friday. And if any of you would like to join us, we would appreciate that support. And also, National Adoption Day is celebrated this month. And Tarrant County, of course, is choosing to do it on this Friday in the morning, beginning at 9 a.m. And we are excited to have this celebration in our community, and that these children have found their forever families. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leslie, thank you for everything you do, but also thank everybody else who I know works so hard and volunteers so much of their time to make this a success. It's really a county-wide effort, a team effort, and I appreciate everything y'all do in this regard. Thank you. Also today, if it would be all right with the court, I would like for us to close in honor of Staff Sergeant Alex Viola, who was killed in action this past weekend. He is from Keller, was 29 years old, and
U.S. Army Special Forces.
yeah, he was Green Beret.
Green Beret.
So thank you very much. And if we can do that, we'll go ahead and close in his honor and his today. Court members, you have before you the consent agenda.
Move for approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, we have 4 additional items to bring to you this morning. On item number 1, we're requesting that the court approve amendment number 1 to the Techshare Court Development Project Addendum, which is part of the 2013 Master Interlocal Agreement between Tarrant County, Dallas County, and Travis County through the CUC. What this does, this is approving an expenditure of an additional $1.839816 million within the FY14 budget. And this will allow the county, through the urban counties, to exercise an option with the AMCAD contract that would require a statewide license for the court software and also the Rome business analysis and reporting software.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the court, on item number 2, we're requesting that the court approve 2 indigent defense project addendums with the Conference of Urban Counties Techshare program, where the implementation of a web-based indigent defense appointment and compliance monitoring system project. This is going to enhance our indigent defense software. It's going to update in the Bell County software. It's going to apply it to 9 different counties. It also is going to pay for 3 years of maintenance and operation, and this is all through a grant, 100% grant from the Indigent Defense Commission.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the Court, on item number 3, we're requesting that the Commissioners' Court concur with actions of the Hospital District Board of Managers and approve a commercial lease agreement between the district and Hearst Real Estate as it relates to a building which is located at 700 West Bedford Euless Road in Hearst, Texas. I do want to point out that what this action is simply to approve this lease agreement. It's on an annualized basis of $17,664. There was an item in the fiscal impact that stated that the overall project budget would be a little over $1 million. That's incorrect. Besides this lease agreement, the other piece of this is the renovation cost, which will come before the Commissioners' Court in the future, and that cost is going to be approximately $375,000.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And finally, members of the Court, on item number 4, we're requesting that the Commissioners' Court approve and concur with actions of the Hospital District Board of Managers as it relates to the proposed construction of a 36,000 square foot Pavilion East project, which will allow the hospital district to consolidate invasive labs and what we're asking for now is just overall approval of the project. What will happen as we get the construction manager at risk contract, we'll be bringing that back to court. The overall anticipated cost on this is $18,771,000, part of which is in the FY14 budget of the hospital district and part of it in the FY15 budget.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Before we move on to our next item, one of the things I forgot to say, and I want to, is we're kind of on the last leg on the United Way deal, and I really want to thank everybody for the efforts that they've made this year in doing special fundraising and having special projects. And, oh, by the way, we're selling chili again this week. I got to try to catch up with you guys. So I'm afraid I'm fixing to be buying lunch. But I just want to say that everybody has really kind of attempted to reach out and to go that second mile. From talking with Ann, I think just about every department is above what they did last year. And I really appreciate it, as I know United Way, and everybody really does. I appreciate the way everybody's kind of gone out there and done it and has really tried to make an effort this year. Some that have not necessarily been as involved in the past have really tried to step out and again, I know that Tim McKinney and all the folks at the United Way are appreciative of that, but I am, and I know the rest of the court is. We want to beat Fort Worth, and we're close. And so if as you're wrapping this thing up, be sure that you talk with your folks. If they've not got their forms in, let's get that in. If you can do another little fundraiser or anything along that type lines, that'd be appreciated. But again, I want to thank everybody for their efforts in this, and I especially want to thank each one of my court members, because I know everyone has had an event, and nobody wants to be the one that has to buy lunch this year.
It's your lunch treat this year.
Well, I hope not, but we'll see. Ray, are y'all going to be after? Okay. Mr. Wilder.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Today we approach you about seeking permission to open up a passport and court document lookup office in some space that was vacated in the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse. Recently, the Mansfield Post Office ceased to take passport applications. Kennedale never did do them. So essentially we have a trade area down there of South Arlington, Mansfield, and Kennedale that would be underserved there, and we would ask your permission to open up there with one full-time employee and one part-time employee that would serve that area down there. We expect to cover those costs and a bit more if you'll check your background here, the first year, based upon the projections from the Lake Worth office that we opened up here a couple of years ago. So I'll cease with that and answer any of your questions that you might have.
I just say that it is a much-needed service that was essentially abandoned by the post office. And we do have a letter of support from Mayor Cook, the mayor of the city of Mansfield. I believe he sent a letter to every one of us. And in the long run, within the 1 year or so, Mr. Wilder?
It could be less.
Break even? And,
Yes, we'll actually probably exceed that if you include the court document lookup. We did in Lake Worth.
So I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Just to make sure that the clerk knows, what's included in this motion is one new additional person, a part-time person, a $100 change fund, and an increase in the photo fee from $10 to $12.
Which the county judge requested or mentioned it might be a good idea at the budget hearings, and we've done some further research, and that will give us an additional $32,000 in cushion, assuming you agree to do that here today.
Well, that'd be $2 additional all over.
All over.
Yes.
Right.
Any other discussion or questions? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robin. Good morning.
Our first item is to request that you receive and file the personnel agenda.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Our second item is approval of an out-of-class pay extension for public health to be effective November the 22nd. This is for the Public Health Information Officer, and the cost will be offset by salary savings.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
We have a second request for approval of out-of-class pay extension for Commissioners Precinct 2. This is to be effective November 27th. For the Director of Field Operations, and the approximate cost is $10,807.83, excluding fringe benefits.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. IT? Chris? How are you today?
Doing wonderful. Good morning.
Good morning.
We have, IT has one item before the court this morning requesting action. It is requested that the Commissioners' Court approve RFO number 2014028, the purchase of information technology staffing services. This is for a senior application developer utilizing the State of Texas contract, the GIR, and that is going to be for an amount of $64,408. We need, this is a special skill set that we need to complete a project we're doing for the district attorney concerning digital defense discovery manifest. And we needed this skill set to be able to complete this in a timely manner before January 1.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Beecham.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have two items for your consideration this morning. Our first item is a bid award recommendation for RFP 2014-008. This is an RFP for a master property boiler machinery insurance. Recommendation would be to award to Kean Piscarian Insurance Agency a rate of .0665 per 100, which is down from last year's award at .070.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Fickus.
And if we can go to item number 3, which is also a bid award recommendation for bid 2014-013. This is a purchase of furniture for the ME's office original building. Recommendation would be to award a per enterprise basis Awarding low bid items to BKM of Texas, Business Interiors, Wilson Office, Intelligent Interiors, and Furniture by William Webb. I think as GK mentioned, the fiscal impact has changed. Budget Director allowed facilities to transfer some money, which would increase fiscal impact funding from $202,380 to $212,154.75.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fickus, I believe you have an interlocal agreement.
I do. Let me go to, I have an interlocal with the City of Haslett on item 8L1, A, B, and then I have an interlocal with the City of Southlake for, on C and D, and an interlocal with the City of Watauga on item E and F, and I would move approval of all.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Appointments.
I have one consideration, Your Honor. On the Historical Commission, I've had a request from Kara D. Kinnemer. I gave each of you a copy of her resume or the letter that she sent in to me, but I think she'd make us an outstanding member. I did meet her at a fundraiser last evening. She's a very nice young lady, and she's an attorney in Dallas right now, moving to Fort Worth, or her attorney's office is moving to Fort Worth.
She's already here.
She's here. Yeah, she and her husband. And I would move for that, her approval.
We have a motion and a second.
That's an at-large position.
Okay. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And I would like to make a motion to reappoint Jenny McGarry onto the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Board of Directors in Arlington.
Second.
TERS number 1, downtown Arlington. TERS number 4, Arlington Highlands. And TERS number 5, that's the Entertainment District. And also to the Grand Prairie TIF number 2.
I'll second all of those.
And I would reappoint Kathy Young to TERS numbers, whatever they are, 4. And I don't have the information in front of me, but they are.
The one in Viridian.
Viridian and.
Was the other one, was it 2, 4, and 5, or what?
6.
Okay. Do y'all have what they just said?
What is it, Lisa? It's
Arlington TERS number 6.
6.
Okay, so TERS number 6 for Kathy, TERS number 1, 4, and 5 for Jenny,
For Jenny.
and TIF number 2 in Grand Prairie
For Jenny.
for Jenny.
Yes, sir. That's the motion.
Right.
And his historical. That's a big one.
We've already done that.
We've already done yours?
Did
Okay.
you second my?
Second.
Thank you.
You have 2 motions, 2 seconds. Handle it however you like.
Well, we're only going to have one until they ask for that second. So now we've got two motions running here at the same time, and unless we have a abstention, we're going to vote on both of them at the same time, and they both passed unanimously. Robert's rules would be just tickle pink, I'm sure.
Blown out of the roof on that one.
Okay. I believe we are to the approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. If there's no discussion, please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Briefing items, Mr. Manius.
Your Honor, we do not have a public health update today, so that's all we have this morning. Now, we had intended, we're going into close, and we'd intended to start our work session around 1 o'clock, but we don't have a time on that, so we can start that closer to 12 if you would like.
Or we could start it closer to 11:30, depending on what time our closed and gets done. Well, if you want to be at the work session, don't go far. At this point, we will recess our open meeting and proceed to close to discuss items exempted under 551.071, 072, 074, 076, and 087 of the Texas Government Code.
We start sooner, get out sooner.
Are there consultants involved?
too much.
Huh?
Yeah, this was a new one. This was, yes, this is basic. This is huge.
Got the right guy in charge, but
I'm surprised I really want to put it. Yeah, I didn't want to say everybody should do this one. Well, that's really what we're doing. Subcommittee and partly so we brought that right there. Right now, I'm almost done with the draft chart for this. So we are starting to.
How are you? Good. You all right?
I am fine, thanks. Good to see you, Commissioner.
How are you?
Anyway, how are you? Yes.
the guy who was the guy who that's it. Let's start off.
Looking forward to
Front and center. We're gonna wake you up. You take a nap.
Yep.
How you doing, sir? See you. You know, I forgot that. I need to get that back to her. Mm-hmm. I know the restaurant. And I think her name is Sheila. Because I think it's my sister's name.
Good morning. How are you? Good. I'm well, sir. How are you?
Who's the extra seat for, GK?
Are we out of position?
I didn't want to sit that close to the.
Hey, I took what was available to me. On the right hand and the left hand of the father.
I'm ready to eat my lunch.
Which one was the good one? Which one was the good robber? The one on the right or on the left?
They were both thieves.
Oh yeah, they'll all be here.
Jack, welcome back. Welcome to God's country.
Well, it was chicken salad sandwich for me. I don't know what he's eating.
You bring yours, or did you already eat it?
We ate it.
Most of us ate our lunch, but some of us.
I didn't want to eat my lunch at 10:45.
My the old beef.
What do you want me not to forget?
Thank you.
Commissioner Fickus didn't want to eat brunch with us, so he's eating lunch now.
Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
It's like one-upmanship. You should have said 4.
I like to follow.
I'm 4.
You're 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's right.
There you go.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started, and I'll just remind everybody that we did reconvene from our closed session, and so we're still in session. Jack, take it away.
Thank you, sir. Okay, you want to kick it off first?
Yeah,
Do you want me to?
Let me just say a couple of things. You might recall that that over the past month to 6 weeks, we have been meeting with department heads, elected officials, some focus groups involving the judges, and in order to take all of those individuals through the SWOT exercise. Yesterday, I sent you the breakdown on what Jack heard as he met with all of those individuals. I think what we're going to do today, and we're scheduled for today and then part of tomorrow, we're going to talk a little bit about how we're going to move forward. We're going to get into fairly extensive detail on the swaps. We've invited the department heads, the elected officials to join us today because it was our understanding that the court was seeking some interplay with those elected officials and department heads. I would ask that if there's comments from the department heads, that if you'll use this mic that Jay has over here, because we're trying to make sure we capture everybody's comments, and we may have to pass the mic around on that. Also, court members, if you'll keep that mic, we had some troubles here the last time as far as hearing everybody plainly, so if you make sure that the mics are fairly close to you. At the conclusion today, we're going to also be talking a little bit about a draft mission statement. Then I believe we have some homework for you tonight, for you to think about and to come prepared tomorrow to talk about goals and initiatives that you'd like to see as we move forward. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jay.
Thank you, GK. Again, feel free to question, clarify, comment, and so forth. They're actually anybody in the room that I've talked to generally. They're your comments that are up here. So, so here is the agenda, specifically line by line. Quick review of kind of where we are, where we're headed. And the key here is it's not only strategic planning, but it's how do we get this thing deployed to the departments and executed. That's the areas, by the way, that most organizations fall down. They could have the most wonderful strategic plan, and if nothing happens to change it, then you've wasted your time. So I did hear that from actually one or more of the commissioners, too. We got to make sure we execute this thing in a timely fashion. So we'll kind of go over that process pretty quickly and then show you the draft mission and get your input to it. We'll capture the input. We won't do wordsmithing today. I don't know if you've ever done that in a large group. It's painful stuff, but we would love to hear your feedback as to, oh, you forgot this particular thing or that particular thing, or did you consider this or that on the mission. And then we're going to go line by line, and just the commissioners got the one that was sent yesterday. And since then, I've added just a few points from Chris, because he met with his management team yesterday and gave me just a few more, 4 or 5 extra ones that you'll see up here. And so what I've done is I've categorized all the verbatims that I heard from all of you and others. And when I asked you which ones you thought were the most significant, those made it to the final SWOT. But also, oh, is that the, okay. But also, if some of you, like most of you said, well, we have really great employees working here in the county. And if you said that, then, you know, I just put many after that one because almost everybody said that one. And I could picture saying every department except one said this and then have that department feel really good about that, right? So we're going to go till 4 o'clock today, no longer than that. And leaving here, you should have a feel for, specifically the commissioners should have a feel for, I hope, probably already have it, you know, what the key issues are that we should set goals for over the next 5 years or whatever. And so we're thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 7, but there's no limitation. It's up to you. And we're hoping tomorrow morning you can come back. I think we're starting at 9. Come back and tell us these are the ones. Now, you don't have to have them articulated out perfectly. They can be refined. But, you know, things like transportation, economic development. What are the key areas that I heard from you when I talked to you, and also I heard from many others. So once we get those goals tomorrow morning, then I wanted to talk a little bit about metrics, because we're going to need to set goal metrics for those goals. I'm not going to finalize them in here. Just get a feel so everybody knows where we're going with this thing. So the top goals would have what I would call outcome measures. Outcome measures are things that are usually the result of many processes, many different departments doing things. And so outcome could be, a measurement of citizen satisfaction, or they could be some measure of congestion on the highways, or fiscal security could be the right size reserve fund or something like that. And then, when you deploy it down to the departments, what do those measures look like as well? So we'll have a discussion of that. And it's really just a discussion, not much work going on there, other than I would like to have your feedback on maybe how we might measure some of those high-level goals. And then brainstorming of the potential initiatives or action plans. How will we achieve the goals? So the idea there would be, if one is transportation, you might hear, well, we need and this would be from the commissioners, might need a transportation strategic plan. Got to make sure mass transit's included. Got to make sure that the services are included. Whatever it is, we need to hear from you as to just kind of brainstormed what are the things that you want to make sure are in those goals. Then the plan would be to assign those to somebody that works for GK, and they would go away and fill out kind of a one-page charter to begin to capture, document, prioritize, and bring it back to you for approval, kind of on sequence and detail. And then the idea after that would be to start working on those initiatives that are the most important first to achieve the goals. Because you probably won't be able to work on every initiative or action plan for every goal equally. So the question is, which ones do we need to work on first? Some of them are obvious, right? If you decide you're going to do a transportation strategic plan, and you're going to hire a consultant, then there's some obvious things that have to happen first before you actually do that. But did you have a question, Commissioner? Oh, okay. So that's where we're headed with it. So coming out of this, we'd like to have input on a mission, kind of understanding of all of what I heard around the county. If you'd like some embellishment, any of you would like some embellishment or clarification on that, just ask for it as we go, because we'll go line by line. And then coming out of that, I think you'll get a pretty good feel for the goals. You're probably at 80% or 90% now. It's just the question is, what are the other things that are in the minds of the folks? And it was valuable stuff. I think it'll be valuable for all of you to see this. And then tomorrow, coming out, finalize those goals, come up with at least the initial initiatives or action plans per goal, and assign those off to somebody. And then we can move into next steps would be that you'd probably take a look at those maybe after the first of the year and say, these are the goals and these are the initiatives. Do we agree? Following that, we would start to, at some point, we'd start to deploy those outcome metrics down to departments and have the measurements aligned. So, but that's part of the execution piece. Questions or comments, concerns? See what the outputs are. Basically, feedback on the mission, goals, and actions. And, I do a lot of strategic planning, but what I really focus on is execution of strategic plans. So I'll try not to be a total annoyance when it comes to execution, but you can count on I will be pushing on that to make sure that once we build this thing, it actually gets executed. And reviewed by GK, reviewed by the commission, reviewed by the department heads at whatever sequence we want to do that, usually monthly. So at a high level, strategic planning and execution, you've seen this one before. We're just trying to define the direction of the organization. Usually what that means is, what areas do we think we need to improve? It may not be because they're broken. As I was driving in last night, with all the traffic and all the road work being done here, I was thinking, add 1 million people to this puzzle. Wow. And that's your issue, right? I mean, that is your issue. And so it's not about improvement. It's like, how do we handle that? And that's what this is all about.
It's coming.
It's coming. And it's pretty busy right now, as you know. It's a nice place to live, right? So you're going to have a lot of people. But you add another 1 million on top of 1.8, and wow. So we can make decisions on capital budgeting, operational budgeting, and so forth along the way, and get those things done, like you've been doing all along. You know, when I was just looking at David back there, like you've been doing with that space plan, right? Sorry to call you out, David, but it's a positive thing, right? You're executing that thing the way it should be. You're getting the budget to do it. And those are the kind of things that a lot of counties and cities either can't afford to do or they just don't get to. So to do this successfully, so let me just say this about the number of inputs. I had over 30 interviews, either on the phone with some of you or in person or in groups. Commissioners didn't escape it all. They had a group, then individuals. But over 30 different input discussions for that. And that's the most I think I've ever done for anybody. The only thing we did different at some government areas was we would have like town hall meetings where you would hear it from the citizenry. But I've never had a more thorough input gathering session than I've done here. It's been great because I get to know all of you to a degree, kind of know what you do and hear what you have to say, and it gives you a say in this as well. The other thing is we gathered the inputs, and then I asked each of you, what are the most significant ones? And I moved those over onto the one that you'll see in a minute that the commissioners got. But when we go to deploy to your department, we'll go back to your SWAT and say, okay, so the one you were concerned about here, that's actually on the high-level goals. But there's a couple here that aren't. So we need to make sure you address those at your department level, right? Could be employee issues. It could be process issues or SOP, standard operating procedure issues. Could be a lot of things. But that can happen as you deploy down into your department. It may be that you're already doing that. Then we want to determine the goals and the initiatives to achieve those goals, and then it's time to talk about how do we execute those. So my thought would be sometime in January, the department heads or groups of people that GK assigns to kind of refining the action plans for the goals to bring back to the commission would be presented to you and you'd approve it. And then I think you monthly need to review how's it coming on those, right? Are they being executed in a timely fashion? So those are the initiatives. If you had the best metrics in the world for goals, but you never did anything about them, the metrics aren't going to change anyway, right? So I think the priority here is what's most important, what are we going to work on, in what order, and then over time we'll change the metrics, right, as we execute things. And so this first execution will be around starting to implement the initiatives and actions in a timely fashion. So here it is in a picture, if you're like me. You like the picture piece of it. Boy, that's really nice. I like that. So we talked about all the input, including the mission. The organizational SWOT's the thing you'll see in a moment where we'll go line by line and category by category. And coming out of this, we certainly need, like tomorrow morning, I'd like to see the top 5 to 7 goals from the commissioners in words, mostly categories. At some point, we'll determine some metrics for that, but we'll have that discussion tomorrow, and then the key initiative discussion tomorrow, which would go onto a scorecard because that's what you'd use to track and review. It's kind of an execution tool. So this one, this gives you an idea of the people I talked to or the groups of people I talked to. So the Commissioners Court had a double hit because we started, I think one of the first meetings we had, we were in here and captured your input, and then I talked to each of you either in person or on the phone, got your input. So that's like 6 different interviews there. And then the rest of the folks were, many of you, either you and your right-hand person I talked to, like Jack and Rob, or Mary Louise and Jeff, I guess, right? So either that or just you. And then in some cases I had focus groups, like the constables were in this room here, Justice of the Peace, we did that one by video conferencing. Many different groups of judges. So pretty good participation, too, even in the focus groups, I thought. And, I mean, not only showing up, but actually participating and giving some good thought. So, again, over 30 different inputs.
Did you not interview the Sheriff's Department and the DA's office?
I did not, sir, no. We tried, but we couldn't. They just respectfully said they would rather not. Or respectfully declined, let me just say it that way, okay? Tried several times with the Sheriff's Department, JD. I think 4. Is that correct? Any other comments or questions? And those are the 2 missing ones, I mean, the big ones that I thought. So here's the first kind of action of the day. This is a draft mission. The last strategic planning session was done, I think, in 2006. Is that right? GK? And it had a mission on it, and so a couple of us took a shot at, including GK and Jay, and several of us took a shot at this. And I guess the question, so a mission, what is a mission? A mission is why we exist. So why does Tarrant County exist? And so you would expect to see things like quality of life, but you would also need to make sure that we kind of captured all the major areas here. And so I guess my questions for any of you, not just the commissioners, but any of you in the room, what do you think? Any feedback? Again, we'll capture your feedback and refine it, but we're looking for content here. Yes, sir. Commissioner Brooks.
One comment. You just say public health. And that has become a term of art in government to mean a certain segment of function, when in fact the Commissioner's Court is in charge of
Health care?
health care.
Is that what you'd like?
Not just public health.
Would you like public health and health care included? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
It needs to be broad enough to include both.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, because the healthcare part that we're in charge of is really a very, it's a more narrow focus. Whereas from a public health standpoint, I think it's broader. But really when it comes to the healthcare, it's the healthcare for those folks who can't, the uninsured.
Indigent health care, I believe, is how it's described in the...
Would you rather have that adjective in there? No?
No.
Okay. I got you. You're just differentiating for me, right? Okay, good. Good catch. As I recall, when I talked to you, you even used that word. I think you said healthcare and human services.
So who's not on, Jim?
Any other? I'm sorry, JD.
What do we mean when we say community development? What does that mean? Housing?
Is that like the Patricia Ward type?
Patricia Ward shop.
But what is that?
Housing.
It includes working with the cities on infrastructure. It also includes housing for lower income people, all the way from Section 8 housing. It can be expanded to be a major category that is above and beyond what we do now. But it's community services, things such as that.
Homeless services are under that.
Homeless services? So perhaps economic development, when I think of economic development, I'm thinking of business growth. I'm thinking of employment. I'm thinking of raising the median income. So perhaps we need to separate economic development from community development.
Because they're not always related, right?
I think they're always related.
You do, okay.
In fact, to me, health care is an economic development issue. But I agree with separating economic development out and making it
its own category.
Okay.
Everything we do essentially is related because it's mutually support one another, but in terms of function and skill set and implementation, it may be different.
Okay.
I don't want to get into a lengthy dispute about that, but
feel free to.
I disagree. You can't have economic development unless you've got a healthy community. You can't have economic development unless you've got an educated and prepared workforce. These things are not just related, they're interrelated.
There's a cause and effect.
Well, I think you misunderstood my point. These things are related, they're integrated with one another, but when you break it down into the implementation, the development in terms of economic development will require a different skill set in terms of developing jobs and businesses and raising median income and things like that. It will be a different kind of skill set. Now, we have to have that strategic and comprehensive approach to it so that we don't do one and forsake another, because all the areas are relating to one another. But I think we understand each other.
But if we separate them, no problem with that, right?
I don't have a problem
Okay.
with separating them.
Just
I have a problem with the underlying argument.
right. Gotcha.
Some of the other core services that I think the one core service that I don't see up there that we handle is election administration.
So, GK, were you thinking about this as covering that?
You know what, what we did on this, but we can be much more specific.
Sure, we can be more granular.
General governmental services was kind of a catch-all with tax collection, with records, with elections and those, but we can surely break them out or break them out underneath those.
Okay, so I'll make a note of elections for sure.
Because I see that as, I mean, you're right from a standpoint of the tax collections, the clerk, but those are all things that we pretty well do internally, whereas the election administrations we do, it's very much an external.
Gotcha, okay. Election administration, yeah. Now, we'll come back and look at this after we take a look at the goal category, because as you might, bless you, yeah, as you might gather, these things all could be measured by some outcome measure. How are we doing in public health? How are we doing in human services and so forth? And those measures would be similar to the goals if we were to say, well, transportation. And so as we look at the goals and come up with the goals, we'll want to cross-check and say, well, we have this goal, but it's not even included in the mission, so we should put it in there. So there should be a cross-check later, but yes, Chris.
Maybe that's just me, but when I look at that, I like to see the word citizen there somewhere. I know we have constituents. But I don't know if citizenry is not something that is more inclusive and more poignant. I'd like to see the word citizen.
I disagree that citizen is more inclusive. It's more exclusive.
More exclusive?
Than constituent.
Residents?
Oh, I see.
Residents is more inclusive.
I don't understand why citizens would be, why do you feel citizens are exclusive?
Because there are a number of people who take advantage of government services who are not citizens.
What's the definition of citizens? Maybe that's
one who is legally
on the tax rolls, or
no. Citizen. That's what it is.
What was it again?
Either born or naturalized U.S. citizen.
It could be residents. It
The
could be-
residents would be over and
Residents
above.
would be,
We may have legal residents
yes.
who live in town. Referring to people. Yes. Maybe for all of Tarrant County residents.
Residents would be a very inclusive term.
Do you need residents and constituents?
Residents or constituents.
So residents is fine by itself.
Yes, I think so. That's my personal opinion.
Okay. Okay with that, Chris? Would you disagree with the county commission or the commissioner's court if you did this? Never mind. You don't have to answer
Be a good lawyer.
As they say in my community, don't start none, won't be none.
that. Gotcha.
In my community, they just don't say anything. They just look at you funny. But Jack, typically we start with a vision. How do we envision Tarrant County 10 years from today, 5 years from today? How come we don't do that? Is there a reason why? Like an image?
Yeah, usually, I guess the way I look at it, you start with a mission because that's why you're around. And then you do set a vision, which we haven't set. I mean, we talked about one, but we didn't capture it, but it was a very short one. But you're right, it would very much be, what do we want to look like in 5 years, 10 years? I was working with the Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma, and they had 20 years, so I wouldn't expect you to do that. But, you know, something out there, 5 to 10 years, what's going to be different? And so that's a good point. Maybe we need to, I mean, you had one, GK, do you have it memorized where you could throw it out there for us?
No.
Okay.
Not right now.
So we can,
Maybe these gentlemen need to come up with the vision.
yeah, it doesn't have to be lengthy. It's usually,
Well, and does our mission only talk about what we're doing outside of the county itself, or should we not also be focused on the well-being of our employees so that we can provide those services?
usually, you're right. Usually it's external stakeholders and internal stakeholders, meaning, you know, the employees. And so, yeah, this one doesn't talk about that. This one's mostly externally focused. It doesn't hurt for the vision to do that as well, Judge.
What we tried to do on that, we didn't capture it very well, but at the very end, we said efficient internal services. That was, I think we all struggled on trying to figure out how to capture how we deal internally with our resources.
And so much of what we've got up there, in order to make it successful, requires collaboration with other governmental entities.
So we should add both other governmental entities and employees to this in some way, right?
Other governmental entities, but increasingly, the private and nonprofit sectors.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's
Partners?
really all other partners
Partners?
within the county. We're going to get this thing long enough to where it'll be 3 or 4 pages.
Or we can smush it once we get everything up.
20 years ago.
The stakeholders, you think stakeholders would describe all the entities?
That would be up here then, right?
Mm-mm.
Well, no, it wouldn't be. No, that would be
To work
residents.
collaboratively with all stakeholders to improve the quality of life for all Tarrant County residents.
Do you really think a mission statement needs to list everything we do?
It needs, I think it needs to describe the who, what, when, where, why, and how in a one short sentence.
Well, if you said what you said and then you just dropped off all of the trying to be all-inclusive, the public health, the transportation, all of those different things, then
I didn't finish a sentence. I just added the collaboration into it.
whatever we put up here, we're going to leave something off.
You're right.
There's going to be something, somebody's going to say, well, you do this too. And
But that could be, Gary, could
That's a
be
good point.
down here, you know.
Case in point is child protection.
I mean, we could sit here all day and add stuff to this.
I do think, though, what happens is that you have a mission statement, and then you develop goals for your organization, those 5 to 7 that Jack was talking about, and those goals are even overarching, and then the initiatives you put under there to accomplish those goals are things like child protective services and issues like that.
So take a look at what we have so far. We said healthcare being added to up in the public health area.
Again, back to that. Health care, including both mental health, physical health, and public health. Mental health is a very important component of health care and should be looked upon as being equal to medical care.
Well, that's in the papers right now, that very issue, you're right.
Well, again,
yeah,
I mean,
Health is health.
I think your mission needs to be something that's well-defined, but not to the point where you basically are listing everything we do. I think there's a place for everything we do in this overall strategic plan we're putting together, but I don't know that it belongs in the mission statement.
There's an area called core services in the last strategic plan, Gary, and that would be where that would live, right? You could put all the different services right there and list them. But it wouldn't be part of the mission.
I think that the strategy here is to throw everything up against the wall that we do and then distill out of that a mission statement.
Okay?
Okay. Chris?
Keep throwing.
Microphone, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say that if the initial intent here was to capture the core areas where we provide services, but if that is controversial, if because what might come across to one person as a core service is not for another, then we could come up with a more blanket statement that, like Commissioner Wayne mentioned, that working collaboratively with internal and external stakeholders to provide or to improve the quality of life for all of Tarrant County through the effective and efficient provision of
core services
or services to our constituents, period. So you leave it right there, and then your vision is going to set the roadmap for where you want to be, and then the goals and objectives will then go through, and these are going to be living, as you go through the years. Some years you might have a greater focus in certain areas, depending on where we want to put emphasis for that period. So because I can see that if we call out each of these areas, except we can have a way to have each of these categories essentially include all of the services that we provide our residents.
Actually, I think the statement that Chris made was it's a good starting place anyway.
Yeah.
But you can't say it again.
Yes.
It starts out to work collaboratively with our internal and external stakeholders, blah, 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 pretty much change this to residents and stop, right?
And the various areas, we can define that later in the strategic areas of focus. Okay?
Well, both there and also, all the core services could be listed on a page if we wanted to, because we might not have equal focus on each core service, right? So guess who will be on, GK, guess who's going to be on the committee to kind of refine this? He's got 3 names. Yeah, I know. But I don't want to mention who he is.
Not a whole lot of vowels.
Not, not a lot of vowels. He's got more. He's got my share of vowels too. Okay. Other feedback? Are we okay? So if we could, we'll refine that out, offline. The other thing, then, it sounds like we should come back tomorrow, at least with some kind of a vision to talk about as well, because that's where you really want to go. Right? In the vision, I don't know. Let's talk about that. I usually say I like to put a year on it, and so by, like we're in 2013, so by 2018, we want to, and then a lot of times you're going to address the different stakeholders again, but what you want the situation to be like for the citizens, for the employees, for however you put stakeholders or residents in there. And you want it to be measurable. Again, the mission can have measures, it should have measures. The vision could have similar measures, the vision just has higher targets, right? You're going to be better in some of those areas than you are today. So maybe we can work on that this evening and come back with something tomorrow. You okay, ready to leave this one? We'll come back with, okay. And here's what I was trying to remember if I went through this earlier. Here's what I was saying when you brought up vision, Commissioner Wynn. Start with why we exist, and here's where we want to get to, right? I've seen situations, I actually worked for an organization where when we put the vision in place, we put it in place by a certain year we want to do this. We want to be the best at this. We want to be #1 in this area. And we got there early. And the bad news is we had to come up with a new vision, right? Because we had already achieved all the vision that we wanted to. But at least it gives you a target. And I think what happens is these high-level metrics that we talk about for the goals are also ways to measure the vision. So, going through the strategic planning process, tomorrow afternoon we want to come out with some goals that may need to be refined word-wise and brought back to you folks, to you gentlemen, and then some key initiatives that will need to be further defined and brought back to you. Ultimately, we'll have a goal scorecard. We'll have metrics and initiatives on it that we can review on a regular basis. Deploy down into the departments. Oops. That's deployment and department. This is the old one. How's that? Well, it was a combination of deployment and department, all in one word, right? So deploy these down in the department scorecards, and when you do that, you're doing a couple things. I was talking to some of you about it. So if we were doing juvenile services, Randy, right? The question is, of the high-level goals, what can you contribute to specifically? What would you measure that contributes, cause and effect, and what can you work on that's a part of that? And could be in the area of innovation, could be in the area of healthcare, whatever. And then what are your daily processes and how do you measure those regarding effectiveness and efficiency? They would be on your scorecard as well. So a scorecard down at this level is what can I do to help achieve this, but also how do I measure my daily processes for efficiency and effectiveness? So productivity, customer service, quality achievements of your stakeholders. We have to figure out exactly how frequently we would review these things. Again, I like to do it at least at the department level monthly. Commissioners can decide how frequently you want to see how are the initiatives how are they progressing. And then over time, you're going to want to know how are the metrics getting better. Ultimately, this is what we want to become. And at that point, we set new targets or new measures, right, when we achieve it. So you could say this process is all about achieving your vision. That's why it's important, and I'm with you on that. And when I was working with Chase Manhattan Bank for a lot of years, and we called it achieving the vision. We always set goals on the vision, and it kept trying to get closer to them, close the gaps and get closer to them. Okay, that's for tomorrow. So let me pull up the SWOT analysis that commissioners have seen, of course GK has seen, but So I have, you'll see initials on here, you know, as I put a verbatim down, something you told me. So again, to pick on you, Randy, if it was juvenile services, you'll see a JS in parentheses. And so the process here would be, if it's pretty obvious what it means, then we say okay and we move on. If it's, Randy says, well, you know, I'd like to add to that. There's something I meant that Jack didn't catch, or I just want to make sure you gather. Or something that one of the commissioners was, well, do you mean this? Could you possibly mean this, Randy? Because if so, you have to leave. No, I mean, some kind of clarification, right, can be done. So if you're not sure what the initials are, but look for your own, and then you'll know at least that's the one you, at least I thought you said. And so my thought would be to go item by item. So what I tried to do was categorize these into areas that could be looked at as future goal areas, or not. But if we start with this one here, almost everybody, including the Commissioner's Court the first time we met, said that we've got top-notch professional employees. It's some words like that. Highly qualified, highly skilled, highly motivated employees. And by the way, I talked to a lot of people that really like working here. I think it's a great place to work, which was terrific to hear. I mean, when they said something that was a little bit negative, it was almost like a qualifier. But I really like working here. Don't take me wrong. You know, it was great. So that category of having great employees was a kind of an overall. Everybody thought that. The next one, there were some around innovation, and I know this is important to GK, so I was looking for innovation. And where I saw those, and if you have some that I missed or you want to add to it, a way of saying, you know, how innovative you're trying to become, then please speak up. But when I talked to Lou, she said, we're trying to be very innovative in public health, always looking for a better way to do things. Got some grants to do innovative things. So Lou, specifically the grants are?
Well, most of them have been in the IT
Okay.
surveillance arena.
Okay.
And so we're really in a lead role nationally on surveillance. Scott. We're really in a lead role with surveillance nationally, and that's taking on new meaning, pun in there, with meaningful use and
could you,
healthcare reform.
For those of us who maybe don't know what meaningful use is, could you just quickly what that means?
Yeah, healthcare reform is really looking for more efficient ways of providing care so that you can achieve better health outcomes, because right now this country has really poor health outcomes for a lot of money. And so meaningful use is really looking at big data, and then
population health,
and metrics, and really looking at, okay, we're changing the way we're doing business, so we expect to see different, better health outcomes. And so we have the system already set up in 60 hospitals to be able to track that information. And we're working with Hospital Council on that.
Well, you might get somebody from IT to come in and help you with that.
No, that comes from my company, and I don't know how to stop. Does anybody have an eraser? I mean, no, I don't know how to get that stopped. What it means is my backup didn't work, as you can tell. Or maybe, I don't know, Chris, maybe you can help me with it. Next time it comes up, take a quick look at it. So thanks, Lou. The next one came from Randy. We should focus on prevention and early intervention for delinquency as opposed to intervention that is late. Randy, do you want to embellish that, or are there some things you're doing that maybe help us understand why that's innovative and what you're doing?
Back in 2007, 2008, state legislative body and through the state juvenile system started pumping a lot more money into local probation, juvenile probation for intervention services to keep kids, quote, going to the state.
Right.
And what a lot of what we've been talking about, both internally within our group, but is also statewide, is that why do we just simply try to stop kids going into the state system? Why aren't we doing something to stop kids from being involved in delinquency and criminal activity, period? And so in response to a lot of that, dollars are now being identified for the first time through the state juvenile justice system to do prevention work. And, we're certainly supportive of that, believe in that, and I think it is a trend that we're going to continue to see here in the state of Texas, which is, again, I think is very innovative, because when you look at the systems across the entire country, not many people are doing that.
Right.
They're not doing it through the juvenile justice system. They're doing it through other venues. So, that's, I just feel like that's just a part of, again, making a better, healthier community when we're dealing with children and families, to just keep them completely out of the juvenile system.
Absolutely, right. Thank you. Thanks.
Sure.
The third one is from Judge Carr. We should place more emphasis on getting to the root causes and solving misdemeanors as opposed to just adjudicating them. His point was, and I was talking to Judy, I might have been talking to you about this, where he was looking for, in certain situations for misdemeanors, I want to keep them from becoming felonies, right? And so in certain situations, I would like kind of a cross-reference. That this would be a program I could use for this or that. And he has his favorite programs, which he implements. But I also thought that was pretty innovative, right? It's how do I almost become social services / judge at the same time. So again, I thought a form of innovation. So that gives you a feel for some of the things I heard. And I'm impressed with that area because I feel like you're getting back to the root cause as opposed to just doing the job the way it's always been done. Any comments or questions from anybody on that? No? The next one, many people, and you should be very, very happy about this one, were very happy about the financial strength of the organization. The audit department, as you might imagine, were happy about things like the reserve fund being increased, or the lack of the conservativeness of the Commissioners Court, but basically having a fiscally sound county in this day and age is amazing. It really is amazing. A lot of our clients who are in Florida, they're struggling because there's a governor there who has made a lot of cuts, and they just don't have any money to do anything. So that is a huge strength, because it allows you to think about things that we're going to talk about today and tomorrow, and have a way maybe to fund them. I thought you would like to know both the Commissioners Court and the administration, and many times specifically GK. You should don't hurt your arm, but you should be patting yourself on the back, because with a dysfunctional Commissioners Court or an incompetent county manager, and I've seen both, and I don't see them here, I've seen both, it is so hard to get anything done that's constructive like this. So cheers to you. That's great. And that was many people that said that. A couple of them said, I don't want to be called a brown noser, but I really think GK is a wonderful boss. Or I don't want to be called a brown noser, but I think, you want to know who it was?
If I need a napkin.
Yeah, well, you already know. Well, it wasn't just David. It wasn't just David. All right. On to the next one.
Jack, don't do me any favors. These guys are pretty tough on me. So
yeah, we're done with that one, GK. It's just, how many times do you get good positive feedback?
Most of the today is GK's day. Do I have a second one?
There you go.
His evaluation is coming up.
Yeah, let him get all that good stuff today.
Now, let's go to weaknesses and threats.
it's almost
We didn't have any of those. Okay, the next one had to do with brand, and I stuck that with customer service, because part of brand is customer service. Part of it is PR, right? So brand is a mix of this, but I wanted to get something that I could clump together as much as I could. You can see CC is Commissioners Court, DC is Tom's group, RC, Resource Connection, Human Services, IT. There were probably some other ones, but so the county commissioner, or the commissioner's court said good reputation, service, innovation, and collaboration. Tom was mentioning customer satisfaction letters, emails, comments that he gets in district clerk's office. Judy mentioned that her crew, which she includes not only her staff but also facilities, securities, and so forth, provides extraordinary customer service. Mary Lou said human services, great reputation for quick response compared to neighboring counties where, look, we'll get back to you like whenever we get back to you. So something like that, right, Mary Lou? Right? And then Chris, and I looked at this one as internal customer service, a little different than these, but if you don't have good internal customer service, sometimes it's really hard to have good external customer service because we have to work together to help each other provide service. So in Chris's, it was exceptional support and infrastructure for your new enterprise, or for your enterprise resource planning structure. So that's a category of customer service. You'll see that come up again in opportunities because if you recall last time we met, we talked about how we should know the customer's needs a little better and identify them, and you'll see that come up again. So customer service was definitely a topic that came up a couple times. Stop me if you want to spend more time on these. This one came from Tina, but I think many people agreed with this one. And the only downside on this one, I think, was, and it might have been you, Commissioner Brooks, where you talked about, or maybe you, Commissioner, I don't know, where you talked about the Affordable Care Act and how it can have a negative impact on our health care benefits, right? And so, and how we have to deal with that, right? But generally the feeling here was good employee comp and ben. Many times people said to me, you know, we need some equity across the county for pay and roll, but I know the Commissioner's Court's working on it, or has already started working on it, or whatever. So when there was a bit of an inequity in somebody's mind, they felt like you were aware of it and working on it. Space Master Plan, David said great support from Commissioner's Court and from GK to execute the Space Master Plan and building maintenance upkeep. And his point here, when I asked how it was going, he said except for the economic recession, the plan was being executed well. And then many people mentioned issues that were being addressed by the plan. So, if, for example, the judges in the criminal justice building, right, their space issues and so forth, and GK took a minute to explain to them, you approved $500,000 for a study or for something. And so a lot of times, you know, people weren't always up to date with the most recent things that were going on. But in most cases, I think in every case, the Space Master Plan had something in it to address it. The only one that I wasn't sure that they were satisfied with really was the East Campus parking issue. And when I went to drive into the parking garage this morning and saw full, I get it. But you know, their point was, but I know they've talked to you, David, and so. But that was the one issue, and that was some of the judges. I forget which ones. I'm sure you've heard this, yeah. Only all of them? Okay, good. So this is obviously another area for a goal, right? It could be just part of growth. The goal could be growth, and this could be a part of it, a subset of it. You can decide that, but certainly this is a big piece of it. The next one I heard good and bad. You'll hear the bad part of this. But let me address this. When I was working with Miami-Dade and we set the goals, they were all external goals, like growth, culture, safety, and so forth. And then when we deployed it down to the departments, they have 62 departments, or they used to, they have 25, but when we deployed it to the departments, then we got into deals like process or procedures and employee. It's up to you how you want to slice and dice this. If you want a goal to be something around efficiently run organization, and you'll see that some of the departments don't have, either they don't have updated SOPs or they don't execute them as well as they could. You'll see that when we get to weaknesses. I mean, if that's not a major goal that you set forth, it'll certainly be addressed when we deploy it to the departments that aren't, don't feel they're doing this as well as, so this was David, Lou, Jack, domestic relations, Christina, sorry. Pardon me? Right, yeah, I know I probably offended you, sorry. So those are the groups that felt like they had. You can see what they said. That, they're solid, or they're being updated, or and then you'll see some that said, they're not. I think Human Services was one of those. Mary Lou said, we're getting there. We're not there yet. So that's kind of I'm just differentiating. That's a bit of an internal thing that needs to be done well to be efficient and effective. Just like you need good service between like IT and other departments or HR and other departments. But you'll have to decide whether you want all the goals to be external or if you want a mix of external and internal goals. And up to you. We can deploy it any way you want to, right? Because if you don't put the internal things on the high-level goals, they'll appear when we get to the scorecards.
I've been concerned for a long time about that first bullet point, the loss of institutional knowledge.
Right.
As our workforce ages, we're having people retire and take a whole bunch of institutional knowledge and memory with them. And there is, even though we have a succession plan in theory, it's not fully implemented across the county, and it's not effective.
You'll see that as a weakness too, Commissioner Brooks, the succession plan. But I think it's the succession plan and having up-to-date, robust, documented procedures, right, that are being done. Because the people that can help with those procedures might be gone in a year. And so that's why I think it's really important. So you'll see that. You'll see there's a big, when we get to weaknesses, you'll see the retirements are across the board. You'll see. Now, some of the folks.
I don't see procedures as a substitute for institutional knowledge.
It's not, but what it is you can get the new person up to speed more quickly if you have latest and greatest procedures that they can start to work with. They won't be as knowledgeable as that person for decades, probably, but at least they can get up to speed. Someone described that to me as when they came into this certain department, they really didn't know anything other than that's the front door and I can find it. So now what do I do? And I see that person shaking their head, so I know they're with me on this one, but won't blow your cover. But anyway, the procedures can help the new people get up to speed who are going to fill in for the old people. But it doesn't replace the knowledge. You're right.
Yeah, we need some sort of a career track, professional development.
I heard the old people. That's right. Institutional knowledge can and should be passed on.
That's right.
That's what we need. I talked to Jeanette Johnson, and I'm experiencing it at my own precinct as we lost two of our most seniors, director and assistant director at the maintenance center. And all crew, we have to rely on some external knowledge, on Precinct 4 support and so forth to regain some of that institutional knowledge. And we are working toward right now, slowly, for some sort of a professional development track. For example, I mean, we have multiple positions, 71, 75, and so forth. So I think we need to define, okay, if you are in 71, what sort of knowledge you got to have? And in order for you to move towards 75, what sort of knowledge do you have to gain?
Right.
That's what I meant when I say a professional development track.
So some folks have, I've seen it, skills matrices, like what you're talking about. So these are the different roles in the department, and these are the different knowledges that are needed. And these are the ones we have and don't have. And you can either fill the gaps through training, or you can fill it through hiring the right kind of people. But at least you're looking, and when you lose some of this institutional knowledge, some of those ones that were filled are now empty, right? You don't have that. So one thing I've seen people do is to do a skills matrix for what we have and what we need, and then you have to start doing the professional development to fill it in. Or make sure you hire the right people. Okay. The next one is staff development. This one was a little broader, but there were a couple of common things here. Cross-training was a big one. And as you're losing institutional knowledge, that is another thing that you could do to help fill the gaps, right? So in Jack's case, he talked about no fewer than 2 people to do every job within the areas of responsibility. It's also good for workload. When I talked to Tom, I think Tom was talking about cross-training and how if somebody's out, you have the ability, or let's say the volume goes up. Of course, that's this one here. Gives you the flexibility to put somebody else into that role. Also, Mary Lou talked about it in human services, and there might be more below this. No. So then the other one that was mentioned was in juvenile services, great strides in managerial and supervisory training. So there was a feeling here. There was some mixed feelings on the training across the county. I think the cross training, the feeling was we need to do it ourselves because we can do that cross training. We do some OJT for the cross training and so forth. There was some feeling that some of the things that provided by HR were good and some of them just weren't, and so wanted to take it into our own hands. And so that's probably an area we should look into and assess. What is HR providing that is good? What is it that we should do ourselves? And then where are the gaps? I think that was a good learning point. I mean, nobody was really hammering anybody on this thing. It just seems like there's some gaps there around the training piece. You'll see that when we get to the weaknesses as well. Chris, the mic, please.
One good strategy is looking at the core context and also soft skills, because
you bet.
Training is typically just defined very broadly. It's kind of broad stroke, but there's core technical skills for the job-specific role, but there's also the context, what we call context, which is really the process. The process that helps that, and then the soft skills, and people can be at different levels of maturity for each of those areas, and so it is very helpful for the organization to look at all 3 areas in order to fulfill those needs of training.
So content, process, and soft skills?
There's a core, context, and soft skills.
Okay.
Well, that's at least how we define it in IT. There may be some other terminologies that are used for the same, but the core really is focused on the job-specific skills, the technical skills, related, the competencies are needed to actually execute the job. But then every job role has some process that has to be followed, and that might be part of, again, the standard operating procedures and so on. And that itself may require different specific type of training to mature in that area. And then there is a soft skills, can you really get along with other people and, your customer service orientation, and those are very specific areas that ought to always be looked at very carefully in order to deliver complete training for staff development.
Right. Thank you. Thanks, Chris. So we're ready to go, I'm sorry, to weaknesses, but go ahead. I'm sorry, Robin.
Can we get a copy of that?
I was going to ask, GK, do you have any problem with us giving copies of this to everybody?
It might be helpful, especially, for those of us that are, see those things that might be gaps in our own departments to start, looking at, well, those are the things that other people are saying that we might need to address.
Well, no, you can't do that. Can't be proactive in working on these things. No. Good idea. And, when we deploy to the scorecards to the departments, we'd want you to look at this anyway, right? And say, well, we should take a look at this. So, training's one that, again, mixed, some good, some bad. But very important with the loss of institutional knowledge, right? So I don't know, do we need a break, or you want to go right into weaknesses, keep on going?
Why don't we just keep going, because otherwise, if we take breaks, it will just break.
Never get you back. Okay. Tom?
I'll just add what Bob was saying, that there is a role to play for generic, certain types of training. But in my experience here, the departments have so many processes that no other department does except your own department. And you cannot go to school to learn district clerk. I've looked. They don't teach it. Law offices, it's entirely different than what we do on the side of the file desk. And that's why you've got to have a robust training process within your own department to get these people up to speed, because that's the only way you keep your productivity up. So there's a place for both, but you've got to have that heavy departmental emphasis on your mandated processes, which also change regularly and have to be implemented quickly.
Good differentiation. I like that. Hence the need for on-the-job training or cross-training versus, let's say, leadership training or something like that. Okay, weaknesses. Many people came in on this one because it's pretty obvious. Transportation. So some of the subsets, if this were chosen as a goal, you could see some of the at least spoken potential subsets of that. So A is audit, ED is economic development. There was a discussion of we're behind on mass transit growth, right? Next one is road construction is not keeping up with the population growth. I'm amazed at how much you have going on in roads here. It's just, it's amazing. I was driving in last night talking to my wife, and I said, I got to go look at my GPS. You don't know how to get there yet? I said, not yet. I've only been here like 17 times, and I still don't know how to get there because there's so many things that can divert your eyes.
I'm going to guess you were coming in from the airport down 183.
Indeed. I was, Judge.
About every night you better be paying attention.
That's right. Yeah, it's pretty frenetic. Aging infrastructure, economic development. So Lisa, yeah. What did you mean by that, aging infrastructure? Or do you remember?
Well, I think Patricia and I both were talking about streets and some of the work she does.
Okay.
Community development with CDBG funds, and then also redevelopment of some
Okay. You're right. Patricia was in there as well. So okay. Thank you. Congestion. Again, Lisa and Patricia, no county-wide transportation funding, same thing, economic development. Difficult to get to downtown Fort Worth, and parking is limited. No surprises here. Yes?
I'm from jury services, and I will tell you that even when my jurors get down here, they have to get around to the great field.
Could you start again, please?
Yes, I'm from Jury Services, Paula Morales. When my jurors come down here, even when they get to downtown to try to get to LaGrave Field, it's so confusing for them. It's on Northeast 6th Street, but there's a 6th Street downtown, and there's no differentiation if they don't have anything to do with downtown Fort Worth. So parking is so horrible for them once they get down here. And those are folks that are coming here not because they want to.
Right. Yeah, which makes it even worse. Yeah. Thank you. I heard this one a lot, as you might guess, as David kind of said he has as well. This one came from, it says T, meaning Bill, but it's no Tarrant County Transportation Strategic Plan. But I also heard that from a couple of the commissioners. We're talking about maybe as many as 3 of you. I might have heard from 3 of you, right, around the need for some kind of an overall strategic plan for transportation, which then would address, or should address, all of these things. And there was one other one here that it wasn't a weakness, but it's something I know that Judge Whitley's focused on, and that's the services piece of the transportation. So for the veterans, the elderly, so forth, how do we get those people from here to there? And that would be another piece of this, I would think. So that's a big chunk. It's part of growth. I expect it's no surprise to anybody. The budget process, And I gather this one is included, well, first of all, I'll say what was talked about by a justice of the peace. The process punishes people if they spend less than their budget. This is the 100th time I've heard this. In other places, it's the same deal, right? If I underspend, I won't get it next year.
And I don't know that I fully understand that statement.
So,
because we historically always underspend our budget by about 40 million.
Wow. And you don't penalize
budget
people.
To spend everything. But I don't understand. I don't understand the punishment part of it.
Yeah, so I don't know, GK, can you help shed some light on this one, what they were talking about? This was the JPs.
Right. They basically, their comments were that they try to hold the budget down, and that as they go forward in the new budget, because they didn't spend as much in the last budget, then there was an expectation that their budget would be set at the lower level of expenditures.
But don't we, I mean, again, and I'm looking at it for mine, and maybe I know mine is a little bit different.
And I agree with what you're saying.
But I always thought that historically we have gone from where they were the last year in the budgeted amount, knowing full well that they were going to underspend, because they had underspent that in the past, that the expectation is they probably will underspend it in the future, because if we ever get to the point to where we spend everything that we've budgeted, we're going to be in a real hole. So I guess I've never seen anybody where, when they didn't spend it, they
got
started
penalized
off the next year at where they spent to, instead of, we're still going to leave you at the same budget amount, and just know that you're probably going to spend less than that, but we're going to still give you that amount.
Okay.
And we always look at projected needs and not just arbitrarily give a budget cut.
So I'd really like some more specifics as to how we have punished anyone in
Maybe
that
can
part.
share some of this with us. That's probably where they're referring to before it gets to us.
We could ask him for more specifics.
You know, ironically, in a small department, we probably more spend, where are you, Jay, where are you?
Jay, swim upstream.
Ironically, with small departments, we probably spend as much time looking at their use of resources to make sure we understand it, because it can fluctuate very easily, especially if there's workload deviations involved in that. And we do look at historical issues too. So yes, it may be true if they historically underspend their budget, then our recommendation might come out equal to what they need. Our system makes it easy for them to simply request the same old amount that they've always received, instead of really putting process and thinking into what they're requesting. And it's a situation where if you don't give me what I want, then they're not happy. And sometimes they just can't change that attitude.
Yeah, but if you don't give them what they want, there's an appeal process.
There certainly is.
They can come before this court and try to convince us to give them what they've asked for.
And sometimes they do.
Sometimes they get it, sometimes they don't.
But, you know, there's really not a lot of appeals to Commissioner's Court, especially from the smaller departments.
So, I mean, we can do a little more probing. We know who the individual, Jack, I'll be right with you. We know who the individual was who was focusing on this. But yes, sir.
Wait.
Oh, yeah.
Small department office supply budget is about $9,000. The logic we've always had is maybe if we need to save money, we'll save it. If we don't need it this year, we might not need it next year. At 18 years, I've never had a situation where I couldn't talk to Debbie or Commissioner's Court and we really needed something that we didn't spend last year and have it awarded to us. That's whining in my mind.
Okay. Thanks.
I don't think we heard this
Once.
spread at all. We heard it
No.
one time.
Yeah, it was one of their big ones, but I don't remember hearing it except the one time. The one that there are two at the bottom there. and I guess I'll let GK comment on this one, need to sync up strategic and tactical planning in the budget process. Is that part of the ordinance?
That's the policy that the court had passed. That's
Okay.
what we're moving toward.
Governing for result, yes, that's
Right.
part of it.
So one of the things the first step we did in Miami-Dade was to make sure that the initiatives that we need to budget either from a capital viewpoint or OpEx, like we're talking about tomorrow, were done, settled on, prioritized before the budget. Because theirs was, I don't know how yours is, theirs was upside down, if you will, right? So it was like, let's do the budget, now what are we going to do? And so I don't know what your plan is, but that seems like a pretty good first step, if indeed you have the same situation they had.
One of the things that we found out, at least listening to some of the conversations that Jack had with some of our elected officials, it's something that we're failing to do, I think, in our office. The Commissioners Court has given guidance and direction on various things. And either we're not communicating that out to some of those elected officials because they seem not to know about it.
Right.
And I think that a better communication from our office to those elected officials would probably enlighten them more than they are now and take some of this frustration away. I mean, we think that, everybody, it seems like everybody watches us on as we live stream, but they tend to forget some of the things.
Yeah, well, one of the things we talked about this before, GK, is the policies that the Commissioner Court passed in the past, collectively, historically, and until today. I don't think we have a library of it, some sort of an index.
We do have we do give every department, and it's like a 3-inch binder, Jay. We give it to all the newly elected officials, and we go over it, and there are policies and procedures.
If we can kind of index it and group it into different areas, and
in fact, what we're trying to do is codify those.
Yes, we talked about that, right.
Put them in a more formal structure, and then just simply put them on our website.
Okay.
What's our deadline or what's our goal for doing that?
This current fiscal year. Yeah.
Is it a matter of simply identifying where they're all at? Is it a matter of just putting them in there? I mean, if we've got them written down someplace, then that would assume to me to be already in a Word document, so it would not seem to me why it would be.
One of the things that happens is that we have a policy, and we will assign tasks to a certain individual in that policy, position-wise, and over the years, that position goes away. So it's kind of just hanging out there. And sometimes the court passes orders that in reality are policies. And so what we're trying to do with this is to engage a firm to come in and basically go back and look at all the court orders and see if we can pull out everything that appears to be a policy and then put that in some type of a codified format so that we can put that on the web.
That's a good idea.
And you all funded that.
When you say on the web, are you talking about our internal portal?
Well, either internal or external, so people can see what the policy is.
It's public record anyway.
Of course, what would have to happen, because there's going to be changes in those, because some departments have actually gone away, that we're going to need to bring those back to Commissioners Court for you all to look at and make sure that that's what you want to continue doing. And then we just formalize it.
We need to refresh it and update it.
Put it in a codified form and then move forward with it.
Hey, Chris, did you get one of those? Judge Whitley has? Okay. Judge, thank you. That's great. Everybody should have one. I'm not sure it's the latest and greatest. There might be a few IT ones that Chris gave me that didn't get on there, but there's like 3, so it's close. The other thing, and this did come from both Steve Stephen, but also Chris, need for a chargeback, showback system for budgeting to build accountability for the IT group. So I expect that's a pretty big change, right?
And that was actually one that was added that is not on our sheets.
We've modified this thing, I guess, even this, right.
It was about 11 o'clock this morning, so.
Judge, what we'll do, we'll go ahead and we'll get the corrected one and then email it to everyone.
Yep. There were probably 3 or 4 at the most that are on here that made it after the cut. Okay, so then the funding was an issue around weakness. Generally, funding was not a weakness, but there were a couple specific ones, and these kind of came in late because I talked to Judy and Mary Lou late last week, I guess it was, right? So, and this was a big one, and you're probably very aware of this, but the greatest barrier to the sustainability of the resource connection are the aging facilities and maybe no great reserve or building of a reserve to actually handle the capital upkeep of those. So Judy, do you want to, you okay with that? Okay. I pointed out I have a client like that who's in the senior living business, and their facilities are aging, and people aren't coming there anymore because they look old and they don't have the money to put them in. It's like a catch-22, right? So I think then she also she probably needs to look for creative ways to generate more revenue so that she could actually fund that depreciation that's occurring.
Well, that's an enterprise fund. It's not part of county government.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The other one was, this is Mary Lou, just saying we should apply for available outside funding. Mary Lou, was that some specifically because of growth or just in general? Okay. Because I think one of the things you said to me, and so did Commissioner Brooks, was as we grow, you said it differently, but you said it, as we grow, you hope that the human services and healthcare grows at the same rate as the infrastructure, right? You said, I just don't know what's going to happen with human services as we grow.
My point was that we've got two kinds of infrastructure. We've got capital infrastructure and we've got human infrastructure. Right. And that
don't want one to lag.
Address both at the same pace.
Right. So Judy's was a little slightly different, but okay. Innovation, this was actually Steve in IT saying innovation as a core competency is a weakness. You saw on the other side some of the strengths. They were in juvenile services, public health, domestic relations. No, I forget where it was that we saw innovation, but it's not widespread, I guess was the key here. Innovation is a hard animal to capture. It's like pinning Jell-O to the wall. It's really, so what really is it? If you look at the definition of innovation on like the National Quality Award, the Baldrige Quality Award, it talks about making dramatic improvement in areas where in the past you've just had incremental improvement. So it's trying to figure out something different that will get you kind of leapfrogging ahead. But the other way to look at innovation is kind of the way we heard it. How do I get to be more proactive on things? How do I get to the root cause as opposed to just, and think about healthcare, the way, we just fix people after they get bruised instead of preventing them from getting sick in the first place. So. Okay, economic development. So this came mostly from either the Commissioner's Court or when I talked with Lisa and Patricia. So could have more tools for providing incentives, because I gather the way the process works is it might come in through another entity, like a city or something, and they come to you to help close the deal. And a lot of times you need incentives or some ways to help add value to that. And so that's what I gather that's what that first one talks about. Other tools to help close deal to get people to stay here. Small economic development staff, that was shared by Commissioner Wynn, I believe. When I think you said, we only have one person doing it, so I think you said that.
I did.
Okay, good.
1.8 million people,
Yeah.
fixing to be 2.8 or so.
And we have one person, right?
One person.
Okay. Lisa was pointing out we really don't have, or at least documented, a countywide vision for economic development.
That's a good point. Commissioner Brooks, you mentioned about that this morning.
Okay. So if this were one chosen as a goal, something around economic development, these are potential subsets, right, that could be considered. I think this was Steve as opposed to Chris, but from IT it came, we need increased formal economic development efforts. So, but generally, if you're going to have growth, you're going to have, well, either you could have growth just because people come here, but if you want the kind of growth that will bring also some funding with it, like commercial growth, then you're going to have something here.
Yeah, I want to make a comment about economic development. Traditionally, we have been basically relying on the directive of all cities, and a lot of the economic development in the city of Fort Worth and Arlington and so forth has been leading by such cities.
Right.
But in areas, especially in precincts where we have a lot of smaller cities, and I think that in such cases, the leadership from the county is very important because the county can play a role of collaboration, of convening the leadership of the smaller cities to come to the table to market their sub-region to businesses and developments and so forth. I know that in my area, the city of Kennedale, the town of Pantego, and the town of Dow-Worthington Garden, those are very small, 3 entities, and they work hand in hand with us at the county to help them grow and to build out their infrastructure as well. So,
right.
So in terms of economic development and transportation, we can't always take the lead, but in some areas, especially in precincts that have a lot of smaller cities, I think the county can play an important role.
Maybe that's that big plan that we're talking about, right? The other thing that several of the court members mentioned were collaboration with the cities could be better, right? I know it's good because you're working hard to make it work, right? But sometimes they're silo focused, right? And so, but I'm not sure what the answer to that, but more collaboration with the cities. Now, I did get the vibe from Lisa that the cities are great and they're cooperative to work with, but I guess maybe if we want to increase the economic development, maybe we need something where they're even more collaborative. This is not an easy one, I can tell.
But I think even on the economic development and even with the smaller cities, I'm not sure we can have a bigger role in the development than what the city itself has in it.
You know, we've got the Mayor's Council that supposedly puts them together.
Okay.
That's one medium.
Yeah, and you've got some other media too, but anyway, this is one of those ones that's not easy to solve. If it's a goal, we have to figure out what are the different things we have to work on.
I think we get, in my particular area, we have a big focus on economic development.
Yeah, I know you do, yes.
I have a lot of different organizations that work, and somehow they tend to work together. But there's also kind of an understanding that we want it to come, whatever that development may be. And it's important where it goes. Like, Grapevine, in my area, like Grapevine would rather have it over South Lake, but they'd both rather have it than that development going to Carrollton.
Sure.
Or Garland, or somewhere else. And then I've also, successful economic development thrives on successful economic development. if you've got product on the ground and you have the capacity to bring more other businesses, then they're going to go where they think they can be the most successful, where they're going to maintain long-term value for their facility and quality of life for their employees. So that comes back to quality of life within our individual communities. And a huge issue, I think, in economic development, I think Lisa brought it up on the transportation issue, is transportation. How
She did.
How bad is the congestion? How bad is the lack of mobility? But maybe more importantly, what's being done to solve that problem? And if that problem's being solved, even though it's a 3, 4, 5-year plan, these users will take advantage of it and move into these areas where they see improvements taking place, and shy away from areas where maybe they're not seeing improvements taking place.
Yeah.
And I guess along that same line, one of the questions that may have been the reason why we've not been more involved in the economic development, being the leader in that, is are we then going to be viewed, or are we going to get in a position of where we're basically touting or promoting one area of the county over another area? I think what we pretty well, at least and I don't know whether this is where we want to continue or if it was right, but I think what we've kind of said is we're not going to get into the issue of trying to pinpoint where a development goes. As long as it's within the county, we're going to try to support it, and as long as we're not, through our incentives, encouraging a company or this development to move from one area of the county to another area of the county, then we'll help. Now, what that means is the cities who can afford the larger departments, the economic developments, are going to have an advantage over those small cities that you talked about. But if we get into specifically trying to develop an area, then I think we're going to find ourselves looking at a standpoint as, do we have a budget that we then allocate based upon some formula to each one of the 41 cities that we have within our county? Aren't we, basically, I would call we're kind of a tag-along, okay? Whatever Fort Worth or Arlington or whatever city does, then we react to what they do. We don't go out, I don't think. We support their priorities. We support their priorities, but we don't go out and initiate any of this.
We don't do any prospecting at all.
Exactly.
Do you think you should or no? You thinking?
I don't know that it's necessary in Tarrant County because we have so little unincorporated area. Most of our county is within some cities, either their jurisdiction, whether it be their city limits or their extraterritorial jurisdiction. And you can bet that if we brought a company into the unincorporated area, a city would annex it before we could get it built. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Because everything in the county is in somebody's extraterritorial jurisdiction that they would have the legal authority, if they're home rule city in Texas, to annex, to involuntarily annex it.
Hence the need for some kind of an overall plan, right? Laying out these different thoughts and rules and so forth.
I question whether all of our cities fully understand what role we can play to help make them more competitive, because not every city has an economic development person.
And we have multiple tools that we can deploy. Some tools are more riskier than others. We need to also have a vision of how we think in some area of Tarrant County that we would like to encourage the cities within that particular area to develop that area a little bit further. Maybe in some of the rundown area that we are concerned about, And we cannot take a proactive role or a leading role, but we can use some of our incentive to encourage that, okay? Instead of essentially just tag along, and therefore we play a passive role.
Right, right.
Some leadership is important, I think.
We do have the ability to not just tag along.
We do, yes.
In two of my smaller cities, both Everman and Crowley, both of which have TIP districts pending before this body now, I helped to educate them on what tools were available that would allow us to assist them with their internal growth. And that's a role that we can play. Most of our smaller cities are not aware of how they can get into relationship with the county and take advantage of incentives that may be out there. They're not aware that there are any incentives. So we need to be more proactive with the cities in our precinct to make sure that they understand what's available to them and how to use it and how to get it.
I'm sure you agree, because you kind of just said something similar, right? Yeah.
And I think also some of the bigger projects, the cities who are doing that will engage us early on as a way to further convince the companies that we're all playing on the same page on this deal. There's no telling how many deals where cities have not, and I find in most instances this does have an impact on the decision makers of those companies. I wonder how many more we might have attracted had we been more involved, but for the most part that's left up to the cities to make that decision as to when to involve us. And in most instances it is kind of an after the fact, an afterthought.
So maybe definition of your role, and maybe your role certainly is to provide tools and incentives and so forth, but maybe also you have an overarching marketing role.
Yeah, I think we could help the smaller cities.
Yeah,
perhaps. Back to your education part.
And we've got some tools that we've allowed to go fallow. We've got an industrial development corporation that has the authority, at least in theory, to provide some financing mechanisms for various projects, but we rarely use it anymore. It rarely even meets anymore, but it's still there. We could get more aggressive with things like that.
Okay. These are good points we need to remember when we're talking about if economic development is chosen. Expect it might be, right? What are the things we need to think about?
Yeah, I'll make one more point about that. In a particular area in my precinct, the Great Southwest Industrial District, it straddles the city of Grand Prairie and the city of Arlington, and it straddles Tarrant County and Dallas County. In that scenario, the role of a county is really important in collaborating and bring all the stakeholders at the table so we can begin that conversation, and then reaching out to all the landlords and the landowners, how we can put together a plan to redevelop that district, for example. So in that particular situation, the role of the county can be pretty important.
Okay, great. You'll see I skipped the one, I'll get back to it, but you'll see the one on collaboration of cities. One of you mentioned this, I can't recall which one it was, but some cities are not coordinating with their contiguous entities, just kind of more of the same of what we were talking about. If you could provide that overarching role. There was thing, Robin, I don't know how this fits with HR, but a lot of people talked about the inconsistency across the county in roles and pay.
I don't get that at all.
And it seemed to me that where you had this, I would ask questions and they would say, well, they're either working to, for example, I'll take the one that, who was it with? The constables, maybe, where they were talking about the deputies for the constables versus the deputies for the sheriff, and how those, I don't know about the roles, but the pay had been equalized. So when I asked questions about this, I got the feeling that it was either taken care of or in the process of being taken care of. So, so I don't know. It doesn't sound to me like you think that's the case.
We spend a great deal of time and money surveying the roles, slotting jobs into their proper place in the overall county hierarchy, surveying the market, and making sure that our compensation hits the targets that we wanted to hit. I don't get that bullet point at all.
Anybody have any?
Which one are we looking at?
This one right above the collaboration of cities, inconsistency across the county in roles and pay.
Well, you said many people.
A lot of people brought it up. It wasn't just one or two.
Were they all with the sheriff's department?
And I didn't talk to the sheriff's department.
All in law enforcement.
Yeah, that's the thing. He didn't talk to anybody in the sheriff's department.
Tom?
Well, I have brought it up to HR before, and there are some disparities just within the justice system. Call it like it is. You look at a court coordinator versus a lead clerk, whether it's in the county clerk's office or my office, and they have at least as much responsibility as a court coordinator, and yet a court coordinator makes a lot more money. And people see that. Also, there is dissatisfaction that we hear on a regular basis about, you might call the employees outside the sheriff's department, not having a STEP program. So I just throw that out as I personally would like to see a look at the comparison of some of these grades where the people are, there is getting a greater gap between somebody over here and some of the things in the DA's office as well. It seems like everybody in the county can pay more than me in some of these areas, and that's where we lose people to. So I would certainly embrace the idea of some internal comparison, that whether HR does it or whether the Hay Group does it, and especially address the situation where there's a step program for one department that recognizes longevity, but not for others.
Thanks, Tom. So there's one. I was looking back that.
Let me ask a question about that. Tom, would the differentials in pay and positions not be something that would be addressed through the Job Evaluation Committee?
I'm not sure how that would work. Again, I've discussed this with HR a couple of times. I don't know what the mechanism is, Judge.
Well, let's take, for example, the example you gave between the court coordinator and your clerk.
Yes.
If they're not at the same levels or grades that the court coordinators are at, it would seem like that would be something that would go to job evaluation to say, should these individuals be, because of what they're doing, be at a higher rating? And it would seem like, because I would assume that those clerks also have comparable jobs with other departments around the county.
Well, I would hope so. And Mary Louise and I discussed this last year about, trying to sponsor some kind of change in the grades, especially as it pertains to lead clerks. But there may be others. And then there's the STEP program. So whatever we would have to do to take a look at that, Judge, I don't have a problem with taking it before the committee or whatever HR thinks.
Robin, would it?
Of course, there's a very long history with how the court coordinators got where they are, and of course, they're also not civil service positions. They're
really not graded either.
They're not truly, they've never been through the grading process. They do serve at the pleasure of their judges, and there is more or less a gentleman's agreement, I would say, between the judges and the court members as to how that career path got set up and how those grades got established. as Debbie mentioned, those have never been to the Job Evaluation Committee, and part of that is because they're not civil service positions. We pay them within a pay structure, but they weren't assigned there based on evaluation. And so that's definitely a challenge in comparing graded civil service positions to non-graded non-civil service positions. So that is a challenge. And, you know, the other, you have so many different judges, and they use those positions in so many different ways. And so it's a challenge.
Okay.
And certainly we can look at it, but I don't think it's completely as simple as just sending those positions that work in the district clerk or the county clerk's office directly back to the Job Evaluation Committee.
But we need to make sure that the lead clerks and the county clerk and the district clerk are comparable.
Absolutely.
Those type of things we certainly need to make sure.
Yeah, and I think the Job Evaluation Committee over the years has done a pretty good job of that. You know, looking when, let's say, if one of Tom's positions comes forward, to kind of look, well, where do we have the county clerk position, so that we don't get, you know, two departments that are doing somewhat similar functions in the, you know, in their court clerks and those kinds of things. We don't want to get them, you know, uneven in any way. And to address one of the things that Commissioner Brooks said, we actually a few years ago, it's been several years ago, did have the Hay company, the Hay Group, which is our compensation consulting company, come in and audit the work that the Job Evaluation Committee had been doing, and felt like that we were on target with our evaluations. I'm certain there's one or two out there that might be a grade too high or too low, but for the most part, they believed that our internal equity and the way our committee was working was appropriate.
Thank you. Also, J.D. mentioned, I did say there were many, and so that leads to, well, like what else, right? So here's one from Fire Marshal. We need consistent law enforcement pay scale across the county for deputies. Okay. Are you Randy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hi, Randy. Yeah.
Mine can be handled through the Job Evaluation Committee.
Yes, sir.
Randy.
I think, mine can be handled through the through the Job Evaluation, you know, committee. I think what I was referring to is when you say law enforcement, it takes in a lot of different people that do a lot of different jobs. My guys are law enforcement, but they're credentialed by state law in other areas too, where the other law enforcement people, you know, aren't. So, you know, kind of looking at that, HR has looked at that in the past, and we've done better. But of course, as a boss, I feel like my people should be, you know, comparable to, you know, others that way.
Yes, sir.
And it can be handled through the Job Evaluation Committee.
Okay. One other one was the JPs. They did mention it would be their employees feel slighted, first of all, because they don't have a place on the Job Evaluation Committee, but also they mentioned pay problems and inequities there. So there were other. I could go back and look at the other SWATs and see, but you can hear the gist, I guess, of what it is. So, and if you want me to, I'll go back and kind of pull out all the other ones, just what they were. But it sounds like the way to do this is Job Evaluation Committee / Hay Group to some degree as to, are we being fair and consistent? So.
JP's jobs and compensation are consistent across JP's. JP's jobs are not, JP clerk's jobs are not the same as county clerk jobs. County has the clerks in county courts or the clerks in district courts. They're different in magnitude, they're different in scope of authority. So you got to compare apples with apples.
You do.
An apple can aspire to be an orange,
but it doesn't work that way, huh?
Not just because they want to be.
Okay. You can decide as you think about goals if that's something that's needs to be dealt with. All right, this is a big one. Employee issues. Again, if you're thinking about goals, it just could be one under employment of some kind, but I'll give you some of the gist of it. Need an employee survey. That's, I think, Tina's already working on that, right? Or you are, Robin. And that's a good thing to do, I'd say annually or something like that, to hear what the employees are thinking, what they're happy about, and what you need to be working on. We did that, and every year when it came back to me, I didn't feel so good because I thought we were doing better. But you know what? We worked on it, and we had happy employees because of it. We need to hear, even though we have the greatest intentions, we need to hear where we're falling short on communication, training, whatever. So, the JP's mentioned that, and this is kind of consistent with that. I thought we should do more talking to the employees just to understand their issues. But I think that employee survey actually helps with that. And then as you get the surveys back, depending on how much anonymity you want to keep, you could find out specifically what did you mean by this and how might we deal with that. Civil service rules took a hit. They were not. We had some unhappy campers on those saying one person said it took 5 years to actually get rid of a mediocre, unmotivated employee. And so they were just not a popular thing.
I really believe that a lot of times the problems with getting rid of someone is the reluctance to be critical in the reviews from the get-go, and when you don't want to be confrontational or you don't want to have to do that, then it makes it hard because you've given somebody a
You're right.
4 or a 5, and in 1 month you're deciding now you're ready to fire them. Well, there's a little inconsistency.
You're doing great, Judge. Unfortunately, you're done today. I mean, how's that work, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case here or not, but yes, Tom.
The judge is absolutely correct on those valuations. I had to crack down a couple of years ago about what I call social promotions, and if you don't rate them what they are, you're not doing them any favor. You're certainly not doing yourself any favor when it comes time to have to do something else. But what I would like to suggest is in the area of work product, in the civil service rules, it seems to me that needs to be a little better defined, where when they, if they are not late to work 10 times in a row, yeah, that's cut and dry. But their work product and what standards need to be met there could possibly be better defined. So when we go to, like we're doing, I think it's 5 employees that we're giving them a special evaluation period for 90 days because of they scored under 3. It would be nice to have a more specific criteria of poor performance that would lead to dismissal.
Who, if somebody were to do that, who would do that?
The commissioners do the civil service rules, but HR, of course, I assume would be the
Implementer. Okay. So, Robin, you're going to talk to Tom and get more definition on it? Is that good? Okay. Thanks.
Well, and something else on that is when this is something on this particular topic, there's no training. There's no training of any kind. I was not made aware of any kind of training that's out there for us to learn what the civil service rules are, how we go about dealing with all of this. It becomes something that you learn by the seat of your pants, yeah, or by fire. And I think we're missing a training piece. I mean, if these are the rules we have to live by, then what are the rules? and there needs to be a training with people that are responsible for doing this, whether they're management or supervisors or whatever their titles may be, that they're working with people. So with what Tom was saying, with how you score on these appraisals,
Which would be part of the training.
right?
Yeah.
But we're missing a connectivity there.
Good. Yeah, the company I worked for before, Florida Power and Light Company, when I worked for them, not civil service, but we had training on that because still you have to document before you, and you have to give people a break, even if it's not civil service. So you got that, Robin. Okay. Succession planning, I had mixed ones on this. Yes. Yeah, Randy? You just want to use the mic again, right?
It's pretty cool.
I thought you don't have anything to say. You just wanted to.
No, back on talking about, not for my benefit, not so much the civil service rules, but the training. There's a lot of training offered that helps, like supervisors and department heads, but I don't know that it's. I don't want to use the word mandatory, but
like core training.
Correct. And for instance, when new judges come in, you give them a packet. Well, if those new judges were done like new employees and had to go through maybe an orientation with HR, Debbie, when I had my first budget after I was appointed like in April and went to her in May, and it was, it's pretty eye-opening. And then if I had an issue with an employee that got serious. Well, I didn't do the steps like I should have to take care of that problem,
quickly.
On my own. So I had to go through the process after 10 years of being in as a department head. It wakes you up. I know, now those things, but those little things, it'd be like a 101 for, for department heads or supervisors, something like that. That's.
I'm going to pass that one back to Robin.
He's right. I think like so many employers, I don't think we're unique in this. We don't necessarily, when somebody's promoted to a supervisor or managerial level, one, it's not mandatory, which is challenging in our organizational structure to make anything mandatory, one. And, so there are some classes out there, but you're right. We don't have like a composite, you're a new manager, this is what you need to know. We actually have started, we have a guide sheet we now mail out to when we find out that and here's all the people you call, and here's the basic rules. But you're right, he's right. We don't have kind of you're a new manager 101 kind of a class.
And I don't know if you're not feeling loved today or not, but I wouldn't take it that way.
I don't.
I think an assessment.
Can't hurt my feelings.
I think an assessment. This is a bit of an assessment you're hearing here, but if you did an assessment as to, like with Tom's point earlier, well, if you're going to do the on-the-job or the cross-training, we really need to do that in the departments because it's unique. But somebody moves into a job manager, they need to know certain core things like civil service or whatever they are, and maybe an assessment by HR of that to kind of know where the gaps are, because it sounds like you've got some areas that you could improve on and some other ones you're doing great on. So.
And I think that can be the case, but Commissioner Johnson often makes the point, I can explain it to him, but I can't understand it for him. and what bottom line, we got a whole lot of elected officials who will be quick to let us know that they'll do whatever they want to do. The department heads, we can have a little bit more of an impact on.
Maybe what we ought to do is set up an orientation class for new management employees, optional for the departments. But if they don't come, don't bitch.
No whining.
Yeah, we do that.
Especially if you don't show up.
We do that for newly elected officials. We do a 4-hour.
There's no reason why we couldn't set it up through HR to do this every 3 months or something. I don't know how often. 6 months.
We do have a new supervisor orientation, and they're not well attended at all.
But also
But
remember that sometimes in order for the supervisor to come,
they have to be
the
allowed.
elected official has to allow it. And we got a couple, we got some elected officials that aren't real supportive of letting their employees go.
Is civil service covered in that orientation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So Randy, there's your answer. We have one already.
But Tom, if they can't do it for a day or whatever the time is, you need to allow them to do that. I mean, they take off, they can take vacation. If this is critical, then I'm not saying that they would have to take vacation to do this. No. But I'm just saying that, if somebody is so valuable in your office that you can't let them off to be trained, then that's problematic of another problem I think you've got with your department.
No matter who it is.
And I'm not pointing that toward you.
Right.
It's not your department. It's anybody who, if they can't afford to let somebody off to go to training or something along that lines.
They'll have to deal with the rework forevermore.
Well, we have interlocal agreements with all cities, so perhaps we need to establish interlocal agreements within the elected offices within Patton County to have that unified approach.
Moving right along.
Would you like to make? Would you like us to make you the owner of that one, Commissioner Wynn?
Like Commissioner Johnson said, move along.
Okay, all right. All right, next one was succession planning. I actually got mixed signals on this one. I think I got more pluses as I went. This one actually came from Tina. Not all departments are on board for succession planning, even though HR identifies critical positions about to be vacated. The Bridge program was created to develop candidates for impending vacancies. But as I talked to each of the individuals, many of them had kind of the approach that GK was describing to me where, well, look at Chris, right? So you have, unfortunately, Stephen passed, right? So Chris is kind of the next in charge. He steps up and does it, see how he performs for a while, and then you wait a while and then you start the search or whatever. So there is a plan for doing succession planning. I heard that from Mary Louise and some others that same or similar type approach, at least at the higher levels. So I don't know how Tina Glenn's feeling was that was not as successful as it could have been. But I did hear a lot of ones who.
The Bridge program is not necessarily structured for top management.
Right.
It's your mid-level managers, so that you have people that you train to bring up to be your next supervisors, your new managers, that type of deal. And that's why the Bridge was put together. And I think you have to differentiate that from how we do our succession planning at the executive level.
Okay, thanks, GK. The next three are about training. I think we've talked a lot about training. Probably we need to assess the different types of training and where they are. You can see some of these were weaknesses, and again, we know some are strengths. So. Large number of staff retirements. I think we talked about that right underneath it, loss of institutional knowledge due to retirements. Again, training, succession planning, robust processes, all the things that are needed to do that are in there. We need to continue to ensure the health and welfare of our employees using additional methods. Randy, what specifically did you have in mind there? I can't either. Okay. Must have been critical. Maybe it was, and you just can't remember. Well, if you come back with it, if you come up with it, you can talk to us. Challenges of an aging workforce need experienced public health professionals. That was Lou. I guess that's just the type of jobs that are hard to fill, right? I already mentioned this one, the JP employees feeling slighted without a place on the job evaluation committee. You've heard that before, yeah. Thought you might.
Can I add to that, though?
Of course.
Some of the things that we're trying to do around that are we're really partnering with our local universities, nursing and public health. We're actually going to start a nursing internship next semester. So we're trying to kind of turn the tide and not have all the nurses going into intensive care nursing, but come into public health. And so we're getting a lot more interest there, so that'll make recruiting for those positions easier. we're also talking with them about, they come over to see us now, and we have different nurse managers from different parts of the organization talk with them about what it's like to be in that job. So that's really had an impact. And we're hoping that next fall we'll be able to actually teach the leadership course over at the School of Public Health, and it'll be our leadership team teaching the course.
And you might do a little recruiting at the same time. Yeah, hospitals do a lot of that because they have nursing shortages as well. So that's great. Communication. GK actually mentioned something about communication a few minutes ago. We were finding that there were some troubled people in the room about, like, the criminal justice, right? And then when he talked about what was being done, it was like Rosanna Dana on Saturday Night Live. You know, oh, never mind. You know, I mean, didn't know that, right? So communication is always an issue. Again, it's the pinning the jello to the wall type thing. You have to define what kind of communication you're talking about. But here's some examples. Judy had mentioned that the visibility and recognition of the services that the Resource Connection provides to other county government employees needs to greatly improve. So that's a communication issue that she was feeling the pain of. When I talked to the precinct administrators, they were talking communication across the county is a problem. One, you can help me with that because I see a couple of you here, three of you at least, right? One of the manifestations of that was when I need to talk to somebody, I'm not always sure even which department, but when I am in the department, I'm not sure who in that department would handle that. And so maybe that was part of it. I took that as part of a communication issue as well. So
I think the other piece on that is we're just talking communication,
right?
Period. Just like what Judy's talking about. If it was we all do different ways we communicate with our constituents.
Uh-huh.
If we would take some of those same ways and communicate with our employees, and I think the example that we initially talked about that day was like an internal newsletter.
Right, you did.
That we would do something along that line, that we would share with employees, maybe, you know, I don't know if it's weekly, if it's every other week or something like that, that you just put some of these different things in that we're talking about that might be going, you've highlighted departments that maybe people don't even know these departments even exist. I think something like that would have been very important with all the healthcare stuff we just went through. And as well as the fact of some of these things that we're talking about today that they're learning about in this room for the first time. If we had some way that we did a regular communication with our own employees, you know, then we would probably educate some of them as to what's going on. So to me, it's what we're all doing with our constituents, do it internally for our employees.
Right.
And Carolyn, do you mean each department or do you mean a countywide?
Countywide.
But it could be a combination, Robin, of both. I mean, in some cases, within your precinct, maybe there are certain things that you would want to communicate on a regular basis through staff meetings and things like that. But then there might be a larger one that could be done across the county with a newsletter or something like that.
Just like what happens in Commissioner's Court, letting them know, you know, if there are decisions that that have been made or policy changes that are coming down the pipe that they might want to be aware of that have been discussed in court.
Right, right. So I see actually all four of you are here today. So you came in force. That's good. And they were very passionate about that one, as I recall. Accountability. Some departments are failing to focus on completing major projects on time or to work within the system to meet the deadlines. This was from purchasing, and they were specifically, I think, talking about IT at this point. And checking back on this one, I hear that it hasn't really improved. So, Chris, this is one you need to hear, at least a perception of Jack and Rob, you know, that either deadlines being met or follow-ups. I think the other thing I heard was follow-ups on things that they needed. So I think you may be aware of at least one of those, but that's something you should talk about because I think it gives you the opportunity to address it. Yes, sir. You need the microphone, Jay? Just.
I don't think we wanted to specifically tag IT. There are many departments in this county. I think everybody needs to understand we work in public service. Everybody in this room has processes in their department. Might be the SO, it might be facilities, it might be the county clerk's office, the district clerk's office. We all have processes. We have a process for the agenda. We have a process to approve credit card payments. Everybody in this room needs to embrace those processes. You may not like them. You may not approve of them, but the direction we're given from Commissioner's Court, we're not going to break the law. We're going to follow every process, every procedure that they have allowed us and given us the tools to work with. We've had grants that have had to be discarded for people not meeting major deadlines because they've not given us the time to do our job to comply with state law and to comply with the wishes of our Tarrant County Commissioner's Court. We've had many instances like this, and it happens really too often. We've been proactive in the fact that we've tried to alert departments far before we know a grant is going to expire. When we do know that, to help them realize it's a lengthy process sometimes to write an RFP, to write an RFO, and we sometimes feel that we care more about their projects than they do. And that's a sad thing to say, but I'm being very honest about that. It happens too frequently.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And then Chris had just sent this one in, I think today or Friday. Need to drive business decisions based on showing interactive business value metrics in dashboard. Chris, do you want to expand on that one just a little bit?
What we just meant there was that as from IT's perspective, as we work internally, we want to upfront define some metrics and that tie to business outcomes, and that we would like to do reporting on the engagements that are under IT's responsibility by utilizing such metrics. And one of the things that we're really working towards, and my team is actually currently doing some research, is to come up with an executive dashboard that we can make available to county IT executives so that when they have their projects, they can actually, at their own time and leisure, take a look at the progress of their project based on certain specific metrics that we define and agree with them upfront at the initiation and outset of the project.
Okay, good. Step in the right direction. Thank you. This is the last weakness, and by the way, weaknesses is usually the biggest category. But this is the other side of the procedure one that we talked about earlier. Some departments said we're solid, we're working with the latest procedures, they're updated, and some said they weren't. You can see, when I was talking to Mary Louise and Jeff, they were talking about some policies across the county that were not consistent with being kept up to date and utilized. Steve had actually said the next one, lack of discipline processes in IT and maybe elsewhere. Transportation and precinct administrators' roles and job duties not well defined. Same group, business processes not always well defined. This is one I mentioned earlier about not sure who does what if I'm trying to get in touch with somebody. And then when I talked to Mary Lou, she was saying the human service policies are very outdated, and she's in the process of updating them. She had mentioned that you had chatted with her about it. So again, some processes are kept up to date, some aren't. And what that sounds like is that there's not a systematic way to keep processes up to date and utilized. And so some people will do it, they're diligent, other people won't. When we're done with this, I will show you the same form without all the verbatims on it, and the Commissioner's Court have a copy of that already. But it's much easier to understand when you have, okay, these are the 25 key topics. But right now, I think the verbatims are for you to, unfortunately, suffer through the details to understand exactly what was said, right? I don't know any better way to do it. So under opportunities, here's customer service again. This one actually came from a combination of the Commissioner's Court and then from Randy We talked about this early on, the session we started in here, very first session we had, I think, where we need to understand the customer needs and how they perceive that we're currently meeting those needs. Often you'll do that with a high level, it could be a focus groups to find out what's important to them, could be a survey to see how you're serving them, and then by department you'd want to know what key metrics do you want to track to see how am I meeting their needs. And we're going to do some of that as we deploy scorecards, but the front end of that, where what do the customers really expect, and like the focus groups and so forth, that needs to be considered as well. As in tandem with that is what services might we need in the future as we grow. Randy's, yours was ensure that the organizational culture and the services provided are sensitive to the cultural and linguistic attributes of the community. Anything you want to add to that one? Okay. Opportunity, remember we said the early one was around brand and customer service, but this one came up that first day when we met as well with the commissioners. Need to improve the brand of the county. Again, that would be a combination of our service, but also our perception. Economic development opportunities. I guess the good news, you're starting to see some repetitiveness here. And so that helps to start to identify what are some of the major areas. So economic development opportunities. This one was just mainly that we have a good working relationship with the cities, and we have a good business climate. What we talked about earlier with the way the process works, even though we have, I mean, maybe it's great that we have this, because then improving the process will be easier. Under healthcare and human services, so this one was from Lou. The Affordable Care Act provides a lot of opportunity to look at what we were doing and try to work collaboratively with partners. Lou, do you want to expand on that one a little bit?
And we have this listed on both sides of the, we had it as a
right. Yeah, that's what this
opportunity
means.
And a threat.
Yeah, that means this is an opportunity and a threat.
It really has provided us opportunity to look at how we're doing business, what we need to be doing more of or differently. We've really been working hard to get all of our services that we possibly can ready to go January 1 for billing purposes, third-party billing. So that's had us really trying to partner with the third-party payers more than we have been. And then getting our electronic billing in place, really making sure our electronic medical record is capable of handling all of this. And then it's also had us talking with partners, hospitals and providers, and the HIE in the area, and the state in terms of how we do business, how we collect data, and how we might share that and distribute it in the future.
Do you want to talk about the next one as well? DFW Hospital Council?
Yeah, that segues right into that. I mentioned this earlier.
Right.
One of the big projects is around health information exchange, and the Hospital Council has gotten the HIE, Health Information Exchange funding for this region. So we've been working with them for a couple of years now because they knew we had the surveillance system already in the 60 hospitals I mentioned. So we're working with them now to really bring that online and start looking at what metrics do we want to use for the meaningful use so that the data will come into us and to them, and then it will go back out in a way that the providers in the hospitals can see how they're doing and be accountable to their funders in the future. And this is all around better health outcomes. We're also working with the state, although they've been very slow. We've been working with them for over a year and a half now to try to make a decision about how the state is going to organize for their big data, and they haven't made a decision yet.
Okay, thanks. When you say big data, are you talking about like population health data, trends, or, well, actually predictors of problems and predictors of health issues?
Diagnoses, admission data, and diagnosis data from the hospitals.
Thank you.
I would suggest
Yes, sir.
that it's not just the Affordable Care Act that provides this opportunity and threat. It's also the 1115 waiver.
1115 waiver?
Yes, they know what it is.
Okay.
Lots of us know what it is.
Okay, I'll add that to it. Then you can see further down, Affordable Care Act is a threat to the current county benefits. We talked about that before. So the question is, how do we address that so the employees, as the economy gets better and employees have more opportunities, how do you keep them from leaving, I guess, or get them to come? Yes, Tom?
We had some questions at our quarterly staff meetings here recently about the changes that were made in this year's hospital benefits, our hospitalization health care benefits.
Right.
Is this all that's going to be necessary to be changed to comply with ACA, or is there more yet to come?
This movement to the HSA, I don't believe impacted the Cadillac tax. It's hoped that it'll take more responsibility, but I don't think it impacts the Cadillac tax at all.
Judge, I agree with you. I think this is an ever-evolving issue with our health care plans.
Yeah, the HSA, and we're all, gonna, it's kind of a wait and see, but I think it's an effort to, one, allow folks to put money away into accounts similar to like an IRA that can be used, and you don't lose it if you don't use it. It eventually will earn money if depending upon how much you spend out of that, but it will make you more aware of what you're actually spending, and hopefully will make you look at choices as to where you have tests done or what you have done. But I don't think it in any way begins to prepare us. The Cadillac tax just simply says that the benefits we're offering now, if we do not do anything to lower those benefits, it's going to cost the county $5 million a year to Uncle Sam as a result of what they deem to be excessive Cadillac-type benefits.
So we should expect more draconian changes then?
Yes, sir, a lot more.
Unless, as a result of taking responsibility, we're able to bring our overall costs down, which means that if our costs come down, then the premiums aren't as high, and therefore we're not going to be as subject to much. But that's why you see the county doing things like the preventative care, the wellness care, and that's why those things are so important and why we need more people participating in all of those programs, because we need them to take more understand and take more responsibility into lifestyle decisions.
Like eating cookies?
That's right.
Like eating cookies, yes. Thanks, Judge. We saw these earlier, focus on prevention, early intervention, and also getting to the root causes. We had talked about those when we talked about innovation. So when I was hearing innovation, I was thinking innovation, this is an area where innovation might fit nicely. The next one is, and this was just really, I think a lot of organizations, a lot of departments are trying to do a better and better and better job. But this was the one area that was mentioned specifically about improvement. And it was Lou talking about achieving accreditation, which is Public Health Accreditation Board. And I had been involved in one of these before, and it's a massive undertaking. But what it does is it allows you to see the gaps, I think. When I was involved with it before, it was, again, public health area for the Cherokee Indians, and it was 11 categories. Now it's 12. But it was huge, a huge effort, and you should be commended for it, because what it does is it shows you the weak spots in your organization and the strong spots so that you can actually address the gaps. So I didn't know if everybody knew about that, but it's commendable, I think, that you're doing that. The last one on the opportunities was technology. And this one was talked about a lot, mostly in a positive way. I mean, how technology can help us. And so you can see the first one, complete and implement the new audit case management system. Heard that from Tom. I heard that from some of the judges. Can't wait for it to be done, right? Need a DRO-wide case management system. That was from domestic relations. We have 4 separate ones that don't talk to each other, and they're expensive to update through the outside vendor. Christina, anything to add to that? Okay. I mean, this is obviously when governments have this issue where you have legacy systems that don't talk to each other, and as you put new ones in, it's problematic, but that's what happens. Heard it from the elections group, online voter registration should be supported. This would assist in productivity, and we would, magic word, productivity, when I heard that I thought, yeah, it probably should be, and we would have less reliance on temporary staff, plus it would be more secure. Domestic relation, talk about upgrade web reporting. Okay? Domestic relations, again, upgrade web reporting so that probationers can update their address, telephone, employment information. I like these discussions because these are all ways to be more customer-focused, more efficient, and as you grow people at a slower pace, which is what you probably want to do.
Like the point from the domestic relations office, it is a very pertinent point, and one of the items that came in a little late was, which IT recognized, was that legacy technologies are hindering.
Yeah, these 2 are new that you won't see on yours, I think.
So the legacy applications hinder rapid enterprise standardization on a lot of our technologies. So one of the things that we're doing moving forward, and our staff actually already got their marching orders, is to start looking very deeply at all the layers of our technology. I do not sign any more requisitions for replacing things without a whole slew of questions being answered. So we want to look across every time that things come up now for renewal, to look to see if this is this still something that provides strong value to our customers, or does that whole ecosystem have several legacy disparate technologies that we can consolidate and and provide a solution that is easier to use and it's faster to use, and that creates more value, because we really want to keep a strong focus on technology as being a business enablement. And if that is the case, we want to really keep a strong focus on not just simply renewing technologies that we had in place some 10 years ago. We made a decision about 10 years ago on something, and then we've just kept renewing it without going back again to look to see if this still makes a lot of sense for the business. So before very long, we'll be having the letter come out, again assigning a business technology consultant for every one of your departments. And one of the first things they would be doing would be meeting with you to talk exactly about this topic, to look at all of the applications that are helping you with your business today, and let's begin to make sense of what we have. Is this still truly valuable to your business, or is something you want us to start doing research to look at something that will be in place?
Great. That's great, Chris. I think the other thing for you to be I don't know you very well, so I'll just say this. I have a partner in business who is a technology whiz, and I'm not. So he translates everything for me into business terms, as opposed to bits and bytes and technology words that I don't understand. So as you work with the departments, try to be sensitive to that. I think talk in terms of the business need and how, okay, so this ABC ZXYQPR actually helps you because it, what good does it do? And so I'm assuming you would do that. You seem like a real practical person, but if you can translate, that's really
Absolutely. That's why we created a new service in IT known as the Big Business Consulting Services, because these are really technologies that are going to focus strongly on understanding the business and then helping IT, to translate the yearnings, the desires, and the wishes of the business in terms of their business outcomes, so that we can align our strategic technology planning with that.
Okay, thank you. So we've come to the threats part. We're almost done. This is probably the smallest category. So the growth is here, but you can see the little asterisk. Growth is both a threat and an opportunity, but the fact is it's something that we need to think about. This was brought up early on by the Commissioner's Court, but also a lot of people then kind of piled on, of course. Probably more than I have actually captured, but so the growth and all the different pieces that need to be considered are listed below that. This one was Lisa. We're not growing our workforce from an educated and skilled standpoint. So I heard that from a couple places. It might be on here again. But certainly skills of the growing of the growth of the people in the county is important. So that has to be accounted for. This one was from Mary Lou. She was just saying, one threat could be that as the county grows, I'm not sure how it will affect human services. Back to Commissioner Brooks, who's saying we have two types of infrastructure. We need to make sure we grow them together, right? County treats minorities poorly. Going forward, we must be more sensitive.
Explain that one.
I don't see that.
Yeah, that was.
I especially don't see it as a comment. How does, from the JPs?
Yes. And what I heard from Randy from Juvenile Services was we just need to be sensitive as we grow it. It wasn't accusatory like this was. This one was accusatory. So
I feel bad. I'm being treated poorly. I don't see that.
You ain't seen nothing.
You haven't seen that, huh?
You see that?
We do business with a lot of departments, and not just mine. I don't see it in other departments either.
Okay.
That was way too broad brush, in my opinion.
Okay.
I just don't understand the comment.
It might be a fairer statement to say that our diversity does not match that of the community at large.
That isn't what this says.
That is not what it says. I mean, that's certainly something you'd want to do.
I said it might be a fairer statement to say that.
Can you dig a little bit deep?
We will.
Or base it
I mean, I know who said it.
It's easy enough to prove.
I don't think you can prove it in my office and other offices, whether it's management or rank and file.
Maybe that JP.
This is a comment in a JP court.
Yeah, it's in a court. I don't think it's in departments, right? But we can probe, because I think I know who it was. So we will. You've seen, well, no, you haven't seen this one, B. Some funding cut issues that I heard. Second significant funding source of grants from federal and state could diminish. That was a threat. And funding cuts from feds and level funding locally while population continues growing. That was from public health.
That is a real issue that we're concerned about, not just in public health, but in community development that affects all of your municipalities, and the sequestration issue.
Okay.
Money's going to be cut.
I think that's where we're going to be challenged to collaborate and work with other organizations to continue to provide these services, because, while, we may have benefited from these grants in the past, something's going to happen at the government level if we're going to get back to some sort of a financial responsibility at the federal level.
And, you know, Judge, one of the things that you and the other court members have talked about is that, especially at the state level, when the state either defunds or diminishes the funding, they look to the locals to pick up that cost. And the more we pick up,
It's not going to happen.
It's going to happen.
I don't think it can happen.
It is happening, Judge.
Well,
in some areas.
Not to the extent he's referring to.
If we're in a 90-10 grant or an 80-20 grant and the 80 goes away, the 20's going with it.
If I can interject, a couple of things that we're trying to do, I mentioned one earlier, is that third-party funding. And what we don't know is whether we'll be more in demand or less in demand, because we'll be right in competition with everybody else that's able to bill third-party payers. And so our QI project for this year is customer service. So we're really trying to emphasize improved customer service so that that will hopefully help us with the demand. And, you know, we'll just have to wait and see what happens. And that's a big question mark for everybody in healthcare, is how is that going to work. And then Commissioner Brooks mentioned the DSRIP waiver projects. So we're looking for all kinds of ways of supplementing our funding as the federal funding diminishes.
Okay, Lou, thank you. Last three, and this one was a big one. Emergency management, no enterprise-wide disaster recovery plan. So I gather that the county clerk's office is taking the lead on this, right? Right, okay. It was mentioned that, you know, elections equipment is under one roof and probably needs to not be that way. Department heads and supervisors need to maintain up-to-date contact lists for emergency situations. That was Randy, right? And then lack of a disaster management and business continuity plan, IT, and even Tom, I think you mentioned something about you're trying to deal with that through digitization and other areas. So a lot mentioned around needing a countywide emergency.
We've been trying to get that plan off the ground for as long as I've been here.
Okay.
We try to move forward with the business continuity committee, and then our CIO.
Right, I understand. I heard
So
that.
we have to take a step back.
Sure.
Now we're still working on the charter for the committee.
Okay.
Okay. And once we get that done, hopefully in January 2014, we'll begin resuming that the meetings so we can plan out. How we do it.
I just want to make sure that this next comment, we do a little bit more clarification.
Need another judge?
Yeah.
We all said that.
You want some more details on that one?
Yeah, I'd like it to read, we need another 4D judge. We need to expand that. And Wilder, we can go back in and reconsider your item today if you want to keep talking. I just want something up there than just we need another judge.
The only thing that increased in family law was attorney general cases, 3,000 cases.
Tom, I'm kidding.
We don't.
Tom, you're ahead.
Explanation.
This is.
Just deliver the information.
I mean, your point about it being a 4D court is important because that's a state-paid operation. The only thing that we have responsibility in that operation is.
Did you put
court.
4D judge up there just so that I
You
can
mean-
feel comfortable that it's not in the red?
Yeah. To be confused as need another county judge.
Now, can you guys calm down for a minute while I'm just joking a little bit?
There you go.
Now you got it.
There, I'm satisfied.
Feeling better?
I'm feeling a lot better.
Perfect.
All right, the last one. I guess the other thing I was going to say was, you know, as you think about goals, this might be a goal, or it might be just a committee you have and it's up and running and you're fine with it, so it doesn't make the final cut on the goals because you know where you're going on it. But you guys can decide that as you come back to us tomorrow. Last one, this was obviously from Ron. Security for the $3 billion in taxes is always a threat from third-party attacks and so forth. And so that was pretty, I mean, it's big, but it's pretty narrow. It's the tax assessor. And that's it. Now, let me
You can
show you.
understand that since he's personally responsible for that $3
Yeah,
million.
he was nervous when he said that, yeah. So let me show you the kind of the abbreviated list. Here it is without the per diems on it. And you'll see a lot of duplications, and some of these you'll say, those can be handled by the departments as we deploy. The question from this, and of course from the rest of them, it's all on one page for this. Which of these do we want to say are goals? I think it's up to the commissioners how you want to handle that. If you want to, when we're ready to adjourn here, if you want to continue, if you want to meet and just talk about which ones you think are the most important ones you want to vote on. If you need my help to facilitate, I'd be glad to do that. But yeah, coming in tomorrow, we'd like for you to come in with whatever number you want to. I'm thinking 5 to 7 in that range of goals. That
5 to 7.
5 to 7.
7 is.
Pardon me?
7 is a lot.
It is. That's what the message was, not 15, right? So if you can do 5, that's even better. And again, they don't have to be articulated. If you just said, I want, that's one, that's one, that's one, and we can write out the sentence for it.
This would be for specified timeline, right? Time for implementation.
Well, at this point, I think, Chris, this would be goals that we probably want to work on for the next 3 to 5 years. Right?
Okay, yeah, I just want to clarify that.
Right, and then we would have, at some point, we'll come up with, we'll talk about it tomorrow, some measures for those so we know we're improving, we're getting better in it. And then each year, I think the action plans would differ, right? Next year, maybe one of the goals would actually go away. I doubt it, but maybe it would go away. But certainly, once you do the certain action plans for this year, the most important ones, next year when you visit it, you'd say, well, let's move on with the action plans, or maybe there's some new ones need to be added. So the question here is, what are the most important things we need to do first for the most important goals that we've been struggling with? Yes.
That is why I say for them going away, that is why I think meeting tomorrow will be very critical. Or if it's going to be some working teams to help with refining the metrics would be very, very important, because that's how we will be able to measure and make a determination as to what point a goal has been achieved. Because otherwise, some of these can be open-ended.
You're absolutely right. I think this group is a good strategy group, right? And the strategy would be what goals are the most important to work on. This group meaning the court. They also need to tell us what they think are the most important actions that need to occur or initiatives that need to occur. Then we take away those initiatives, refine them, define them, maybe put dates on them, and bring them back so that you feel comfortable that this is the sequence we'd like to work on these. Metrics, this is probably not the best group to work on with metrics, right? Probably the departments go and they work on the metrics, both at the outcome level and at the process level for effectiveness and efficiency. Now, will the court see those metrics? As frequently as they would like to, right? As granularly as they would like to, but I think defining metrics is best done by you.
I mean, the governing for result policy provides the framework for the implementation and the achievement of the goal. The framework is already there.
Right. So I need to read over it again.
You can have it.
Can I have that one? Thanks. Thank you.
But ultimately, when we make, I guess we're, along with this results policy, what we'd be saying is we're going to set goals. Those goals will then be translated down to the various departments.
Yes.
And that, what we may say is that if we're going to give X amount, I don't know if it's in the way of compensation. I don't know if it's in the way of some other department incentive. But for example, if it was in the employee well-being type area, and we say, okay, we gave 3% as kind of a pool, but we allowed it to be a merit pool this year, as opposed to a 3% for everybody. What we might say is of that 3%, which let's just say that works out to be, Debbie, she's still here? $10 million? So what we might say is, okay, there's the 10 million, we're going to take $1 million of that, and we're going to distribute it based upon how a department did with their goals. And the other 9 million is going to be based upon the same salary numbers that we've used before. That might encourage folks to strive toward their goals.
You and I talked about this at breakfast, Judge, and I'm all for that kind of approach. The only thing you want to make sure is that we set, I would say, give it a year before you get to that, right? Make sure that the metrics with the targets are set at the department level where there's a comfort level that I can see if this is really a good target or baseline before I get potentially hammered, or I don't get my raise. Once those goals are set, though, and they're set, they said, I want to improve this measure by this much, or plus I want to get my initiatives done in a timely fashion, then I like it. And most people will if they think it's fair. But I think you have to give it at least a year to make sure that it's fair in their minds. Otherwise, they will sandbag on their targets and put their dates way out, I would think, in many cases. I would, shoot. But,
Well, you don't want them to teach to the test.
right, that's another way of saying sandbag.
No, but if one of our goals is employee wellness,
right,
then it could be that the employees get an assessment, or they get physicals, or they're doing something toward managing toward the recommendations of the healthcare professionals to be of better health.
Right. That's a good one. That's a good one, because that one's, I just need to do this or not, right?
It says you're either going to get an assessment or you're going to get a physical once a year.
Yep.
By the way, you missed the backup.
Only one? This thing just appeared today. Although
Well, you hadn't done it in the last 4 days.
I've had it before. Oh, gosh.
That's a threat.
Chris, I need you to call my IT department. It's an opportunity.
Did you want goals now?
So here's your, I'd say, it's up to you, but here's your option. You could start to brainstorm them now, with or without us in the room. All I'm interested in is if you come back tomorrow morning and you say these are what we think the goals are. So if you want to talk about it now, you can decide I'd like to talk about it just us, or all of us, or however you want to do
I
it.
have no problem with everybody being here. If we're going to communicate it out to them, they ought to be able to hear it.
I got 6 I would throw against the wall.
We can't go into a closed meeting on this.
That's right.
Right.
Plus, it wouldn't fit under.
What'd you say, J.D.?
Session.
Pardon me?
It would not fit under the statute for.
I just made that statement.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So you have to do it.
But I thought we were closing at 4 o'clock.
We moved it up an hour, too.
This is only 5 to 3, isn't it?
His clock is on Eastern time. He's in Florida, not in Dallas.
Oh, okay.
What do you got, 4 o'clock on yours?
Well, on my computer,
So it's 3 o'clock. Okay.
it says 4, because that's Philadelphia.
Let's hear what goals that we may have had right now, and then if there's some more that show up in the morning, there's some more that show up in the morning.
Commissioner Brooks, you want to go first?
Maintain financial strength. Improve county's brand, which includes the fact that most people don't know what the heck we do anyway.
So this includes that, like education, but also customer service?
Right.
Okay.
Right, absolutely.
Okay.
And a general topic related to employee satisfaction, but under that I have training, compensation, wellness, and a host of other things.
So improve employee satisfaction?
Improve employee satisfaction.
So this includes education, customer service. Okay?
Yeah.
Transportation.
Improve, continue to improve, continue to grow infrastructure, both capital and human. And that includes transportation. It includes county buildings. It includes human service programs. It includes health and wellness, the whole 9 yards.
So continue to grow infrastructure, both capital and human. Is that what you said? So that includes transportation.
Those are just some things off the top.
Human services, healthcare, so forth. Okay.
County facilities.
Okay.
Number 5 would be promote innovation.
Could you help me hang this one? Thanks, Jay.
In both processes and efficiency. And my number 6 is improve internal processes. That's redundant, but I'm not trying to wordsmith anything. That would include standard operating procedures, policies.
My standpoint, I have down employee well-being, which would be not only health but also financial. Preparing them, helping them currently deal with financial issues as well as looking for retirement.
So would you?
That could be.
I think it can be part of that.
Would it be the overarching improve employee well-being, and part of that would be satisfaction training and so forth?
One thing you need to add into that is preparing for the retirement as well as the financial well-being today. From a technology standpoint,
oh yeah,
I would say moving toward a paperless environment. And then the other internal would be just updating our 5-year facility plan. David and his department have done a great job of keeping going forward, but I think
Paperless environment.
paperless, I know. We'll have one stack of paper.
Yes, you will.
On the transportation area, I would say a countywide strategic plan for transportation that deals not only with the infrastructure but also with services to individuals.
Does everybody know what the judge is talking about when he's talking about the services? Okay, good. Yeah. So I want to make sure I got them all. You said
you hadn't got them all yet because I hadn't given you the last one.
The ones you gave me. Update facilities plan. I didn't get the paperless. I added the transportation strategic plan, infrastructure and services, and then you had one.
Technology was more along the lines of, from a technology standpoint, we continue to update our processes, but we should be moving toward more of a paperless type of process.
Okay.
And then just as far as it goes back to our first residence, where we were talking about in our mission statement, is basically looking at the overall health of our residents. That may be through public health, that may be through JPS, that may be through human services. It may involve people who are indigent and people who are not.
Improve overall public,
Overall health.
overall health of our residents.
That's it.
I would clarify a few things here. In the financial strength, we should improve our financial strength instead of just maintaining what we have. And perhaps economic development fits in there because economic development activities would help expand the tax base instead of us having to raise the taxes.
Okay.
So perhaps it's something that we
one of
can
the
lump in there.
One of the initiatives would be around economic development.
Yeah.
Okay.
Improving the county's brand, that can also have to be involved in constituent engagement and education and an improvement of openness and transparency, engaging and so forth under infrastructure. And I'm not disagreeing with my fellow commissioner here. I'm just trying to elaborate the point. Is perhaps we need to consider separating the infrastructure, the capital, and the human, because the capital has to do with highway and roadways and so forth, and the human has to do with education and as well. So perhaps the two shouldn't be lumped together. I don't know if you agree with me.
Does this address the human?
The number 4 over there.
I know that one's kind of both, but does
That's
this
just a piece. that
just a piece of it?
addresses the human.
Okay.
I mean, as you know, one of the best ways to improve human capital is through education.
Right.
So somehow we need to figure out a way to work in tandem in support of all county college, UTA, or universities, and all public school systems and so forth.
So do you want to continue to grow capital infrastructure and continue to improve
Both
human?
internally and externally, right? When you're talking about human capital, you're talking about internal human capital.
And externally.
And externally.
But I guess what I was getting at is, and did you want this one to forget the human and make a separate one for human
Yes.
capital?
I think the two should be separated.
Commissioner Brooks?
I think if you separate the two, then you,
One of them's gonna be left out.
yeah.
Well, that's why I asked you, because I figured that was your concern.
That's
yeah.
why I hooked them together, so that there would be a deliberate attempt to keep them in balance, given limited resources.
Okay. Retort?
Well, I understand his concern, but if we have 6 goals, and all 6 goals are the strategic initiatives of the county, then we have to make sure that all 6 goals are achieved, not leaving any of them out. If not, then it shouldn't even be on the list. What I'm saying here, if you look at the facility, it's not necessary, it may not be beneficial for us to grow our facilities, expanding the physical footprint of the county. That will add more cost. While the world is going toward virtual, delivering services via the mobile phone, and we are talking about growing our facility, adding more courthouses, expanding our footprint. You see, the human side and the physical side sometimes have to be looked at and dealt with separately, even though, because we understand the interrelation between those two.
So we can add separate.
I'm not disagreeing with my commissioner at all, my fellow commissioner here at all. I mean, the two are related, But from an execution standpoint, somehow I think we need to look at it separately but intertwined.
It reminds me of the old saying that Dallas used to use, that the business of Dallas is business. The fallacy in that statement is that unless you have provided education, health, opportunity to the people of Dallas, then there's no one to work in the businesses, there's no one to spend money in the businesses. You just can't get there from here without addressing both sides of the equation, and it is an equation.
And I think you both feel that way.
Yes.
There's a cause and effect going on here, right? Without the human piece, the other piece is not going to be optimized. But I guess what I hear is you'd like to see them separately for execution purposes. You'd like to see them together, and maybe JD's talking the same thing, because otherwise one could get left behind. Your point would be we should execute all of our strategic goals, right?
So let's say transportation. We'll put together a strategic transportation plan, and we'll gather all the transportation-related entities within Tarrant County, like NTTA, the RTC, TxDOT. We all sit down together. We're talking about highway and roadway, okay? That's the topics of the conversation. In consideration of that, we will have to consider traffic, congestion. We have to consider financial capital. We have to consider businesses and residents along the corridor. On the other hand, the human capital side of it, how is that related to one of those highways, for example? You see, it's
Humans drive on the highway. Humans use it to get someplace, to accomplish something for themselves, for their families.
Yeah, but we're talking about human capital, which means we're improving the intelligent asset of the human capital. We're raising the value, the median income level, and that has more.
We don't just build highways in a vacuum. We build them because people need them to get from place to place, to a job.
We can debate a lot of this. I think we can debate a lot of this
Vote
tomorrow.
on whether we want to include those together or separate.
Right.
Well, I think,
We can solve
yeah, I think we can do that, but I think really what I thought we were going to do here was that y'all were going to
We're
take
just
all of these,
brainstorming.
and then you're going
We're
to come
just
back tomorrow
brainstorming.
with a recommendation, and we'll vote on those goals at that point in time.
We can
I
do
don't
that.
envision us trying to narrow this down today. I thought we were just simply going to let everybody make their statements. Let's not even debate the statements at this point in time, and then y'all do whatever you want to do, and then we'll come back and see if we agree with you tomorrow.
Okay, we can do that.
Well, there's more listed that I want to talk about, so I'll leave it alone.
Are there,
As Commissioner Fickus, have you got anything to?
Oh, he's going to come up with some Mickey Mouse, but we'll listen to it.
I think we ought to separate it. Okay. Superior delivery of service to our citizens.
You mean like being there all 5 days a week?
No, but somebody needs to.
Just kidding.
thanks, thank you.
Okay, I'll echo the remain fiscally responsible. I think we've said that in a couple of different.
Are you okay with improve?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. Improve the quality of life for our communities. What we do
could work toward improving that quality of life.
It's in our mission, right?
Yeah. Then I'm gonna throw in a transportation deal.
Okay.
Improve mobility for movement of people and goods. Provide a quality environment of knowledge for Tarrant County employees. That's fine. That's enough. Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
I've already given you mine.
Which ones were yours, JD?
Pardon me?
Which ones were yours? I mean, which ones?
All
did
the
you-
ones
I'll
in the
let you
vote.
know tomorrow when I vote.
Okay. So do you want us to do that where we don't necessarily try to pull it down to 5 or 6? That's what you would do. Just reword these, and some of these I think could be.
I think you can combine.
Some of these could be combined, like
A bunch of those.
5, 6, and 8.
And I'm assuming that once we identify the 5 or so goals, that we'll then talk about the specifics of what we feel like would be successful. And so in some of these, we kind of went beyond just identifying a goal. We kind of got into,
This
like
includes
in my
this.
deal where I said, let's make it paperless. You know, we may be talking about technology. One of the deals under technology may be to move to paperless. Another one may be on something else.
Right.
You're talking about creating the initiatives to accomplish.
The initiatives, and then later are the goals, and then later on we'll figure out the different mileposts that we're going to use to measure.
Exactly. So these are 13 goals of which we want to end up with 5 to 7, right? And
Yeah, and I'm with him. I think if we're closer to 5 than we are to 7, that's a whole lot better.
I think there's some combining we can do, and then you can decide if you like it or not.
No, Jack, there's a relationship between goal and objective, right? I mean, a goal may have multiple objectives.
It could.
The accomplishment of those objectives will lead to the accomplishment of the goal.
So that's another thing. If you want to do that, Commissioner Wynn, we could say we're going to have five goals, let's say, and then within those goals we add a level of breakdown called objectives, and then for each of the objectives we talk about what are the things we need to do to meet those.
Right.
So the last strategic plan had that in it: goals, objectives, action plans, or initiatives. And so, so for an example of that might be, a goal could be continue to grow, blah, blah, blah. These could be some of the objective areas, and then within these you'd have breakdowns further. Tomorrow, that's, I guess, what we'll talk about is you'll vote, you'll decide which ones you like. You won't call me tonight and tell me which ones those are.
No.
Okay. And
Why don't you also take a cut at combining those that
Oh, we will.
make sense to combine?
we will. I was saying,
That in the morning. You
5.
gave us homework, I'm giving you some.
So 5. I told you they'd resent that homework thing.
I know. It sure sounded good when we talked.
It did, didn't it? It sounded like a plan. Like 5, 6, and 8, I think could be put together. So we'll do that too. We'll take some shots at that. So really, you don't have homework then. Tomorrow you come in and see what we've created, and you kind of vote or tweak or.
I know this could be somewhat dangerous, but in those folks sitting behind me, is there anything that they feel like we've clearly missed in setting
That's a
and
good
looking at
question.
those goals?
That's a good question.
And that's.
It's what we're supposed to bring with us tomorrow.
Well, speak
No,
your
if you-
mind.
if you're gonna
or
say it-
forever hold your peace.
If you think of something right now, then let's let them do that.
Jack, I'm seeing you trying really hard not to speak.
Okay, first, go ahead. Chris, I'll come to you.
When I was thinking about this process,
a better way to go about it is as Commissioner Nguyen, my boss, said, to have more.
Well, is that blatant or what? Jeez.
To have a little bit more generality in the goal, and then have the objectives with the benchmarks. The topics that seem to have the most discussion would be, of course, transportation, economic development, and the missing piece that I think has been referred to but was not listed was communication. But under communication, so much can fall there, whereas improving brand, improving services, education, that can fall under that as well. And when we're looking at funding, of course, the financial strength piece can also fall under the funding piece. Innovation, and that's where you can even talk about internal and external, where innovation can be staff development as well as going toward a paperless process. That's all I have.
Is your review coming up like soon, or?
Yeah, it's got. In fact, it was due last week.
Did you catch that? Yeah, that's what you said. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Either one. Pick one, and we'll get them both. We'll get them all. Thank you, by the way.
I do concur with Jenny that we can keep the goals a little bit broad, and then the objectives can really narrow that down. Now, the one thing that I wanted to call out is that, and depending on how we're looking at this, if we're looking at it as more strongly as business goals, because I was going to say that one of the things that is typically not thought about when we talk about infrastructure, it's not just the buildings and the bridges and so on, but it's also your technology infrastructure. It's a huge capital expense, and it's something that ought to be thought about. However, it depends on how you want to frame that. If you want to look at that technology more from the perspective of tools to enable any of these other areas, and then you may call that out under the objectives, things you want to accomplish. But that is, technology is a great bridge or glue between all of these things. That is an enablement of all of these.
So, Chris, you're saying it could be here, or it could be separate based on a different categorization of technology.
Yeah, what I'm just saying is we don't want to be in a position where we're looking to be a county that will be a leader in this country, and even internationally. And we look at our strategic goals and don't find technology called out somewhere to put a strong emphasis on that. But again, like I said, depending on what perspective, if we want to state this as being the county's business strategic goals, then technology can be called out in more specific ways as a point under, or as when you start to decompose, or when you start to build the objectives,
right.
or the tools that will allow you to accomplish it. So, but it's just something I want to make sure we think about before we wrap this up. But I'd like to be our strategic plan to be something that people, when they look, they know that we are a county that is very technology conscious, and that we recognize the place of technology as what is really going to propel us to that next frontier.
Okay, thank you.
I have a sneaking suspicion that infrastructure is going to be divided into at least 3 categories. So,
sounds like it, huh?
Yeah.
Those would be objectives, though, or could be objectives underneath it.
I just wanted to, first off, thank you guys that I'm not a commissioner and I don't have to deal with this.
You sure made a lot of comments.
Yeah.
JP's.
Us JP's. One of the things that concerns me is that a lot of these ideas are really important goals for the county, but I don't see them getting fully implemented in a 3 to 5 year period. And from my understanding of what this session was what are some things of high priority that we need to get done in a very short-term period of time? And so I wanted to, I guess, show my concern that I hope that we don't get too lost in the lofty ideals and in the long-term goals that we miss out on some of the low-hanging fruit that could be easily taken care of. For example, a wellness project is something that is easily implemented. A redesign of the transportation system may not be something that can be accomplished in 3 to 5 years.
So let me try to reposition this. The goals are not necessarily going to be completed in 3 to 5 years. They probably will not. Those goals will probably be around for many years to come. There will be objectives under those goals. Some of those objectives might be completed in 3 to 5 years. Some of them won't. The initiatives under the objectives should be completed, right, in a much shorter amount of time. So I think if you look at the goals, Chris, you're with me? You agree with that?
That's how you do it.
Okay. So the goals are not, see, the danger with the way you position that would be we would only work on short-term things, and then the big monsters we wouldn't get started on. And then we'd really be in trouble in 5 years. So if a goal is transportation, my guess is in 7 years you'll still have a transportation goal. You might have...
We'll be lucky if we built a project.
Well, I think we're still working on 30 years ago transportation goals. This is an ongoing thing that...
Yeah, right, it is ongoing. That's the way to look at it.
And we have such a wonderful community here that we have a lot of outside people moving in on a regular basis. That is always one of those factors that's hard to take into when you're talking about improving the people capital. It's hard to make long-term plans when the people are constantly changing. We have a new demographic almost every day coming in and changing because we have such a great opportunity here. If you just take 5 minutes down the street, you'll see how many out-of-state license plates there are of people that have just moved to Texas. And so I guess that was my concern. You're saying that like we want to have a series of steps. This is our objective, and we would like to, complete step 1 within this time frame, step 2 within this time frame, or.
I guess if you translate it to a golf game, right? My goal is to have a lower handicap. I'll be working on that forever, right? That's a goal. My objectives might be to hit better drives, hit better putts, hit better chips. My initiatives right now, low-hanging fruit, would be which ones are the ones that are most problematic and that I can get done as quickly as I can. Which ones cause me the most strokes? My drive. So that's what I'm going to work on to begin to achieve an objective of better drives, which then rolls up to a goal. Now, if I see you in 5 years, my goal will still be a better golf game with a lower handicap, but I'll be working on something else, hopefully, because I'd have achieved some of those things. I mean, that's the way I would look at it.
Okay. I think I have a better clarification of what's going on. I was a bit confused on that. But
I mean, we don't, to your point, and I feel your passion, we don't want to set all goals that are so long-term, and we work on these big things, and in 10 years, we haven't achieved anything. We're still working on it.
That was my worry.
That's your fear. I get it. And that's, we just, we don't want to do, none of us want to do that either. Now, sometimes the low-hanging fruit maybe isn't the most important. We'll have to decide that, right? If it is low-hanging and it's also really important, we should jump on that. But you don't want to work on C priorities if you have a bunch of A's that will make the difference, that have the biggest correlation. That's why this is hard stuff, right? But I feel your fear and pain that we'll be talking about the same thing in 5 years and we hadn't achieved anything. We can't let that happen.
Well, and of course, the allocation of resources is always important.
Right, you bet.
But I do appreciate the work and appreciate the discussion.
Well, thank you. Thanks for your input. Hey, Lou, did you want to say something? Go ahead. Yes.
I would just encourage us to look more broadly at the goals, because if one of the things we want to do is increase the engagement across the departments, then I think we can all find ourselves in 5 goals. And then we might find the innovative ways of working together to support those goals. It may not be obvious how we can all support one that's geared towards infrastructure, but if we start putting our minds to it, we could probably come up with some very innovative things. And that might also be the case with engaging the community as well and finding some new partners.
Good advice. Thank you.
Jack, this is
Yep.
David, my recommendation or comment is very specific. I'm concerned about our backup plan regarding disaster recovery, regarding IT, specifically our IT data center in the Plaza building. I don't know where it would fit in regarding facilities or other places. But this summer or early fall, the Dallas library in downtown Dallas flooded, and that building was out of commission for several weeks. Now, the court has allowed us to upgrade that Plaza building and infrastructure and generators and UPSs and on and such. But if something happens that I can't control, and that building will be out of service. And I don't know how we go about dealing with that disaster, but I think we probably should make that a very high priority.
So where was this? Where did this occur, David?
In Dallas.
Oh, okay. You just don't want it to happen here. So backup IT infrastructure, like a co-location for a server, data center, that kind of thing.
It may not be facilities. It may be something totally
Cloud. Yeah, gotcha. And okay. Thank you. That's a good one.
You know, the one thing that we haven't put in there, where we spend the majority of our money, is the administration of justice. We have not mentioned administration of justice in one of these goals, and we spend the over 50% of all of our general fund monies on administration of justice, all the way from courts, law enforcement, facilities, clerks, DR. Do you not think that an effective administration of justice should not be also one of your goals?
Well, the judges aren't here, and the sheriff.
Well, a lot of it is technology, and that's what a lot of the judges, I think, said in their deal.
They did.
Technologies, and we're working with that through our technology deal. I don't disagree with you as far as the sheriff goes, but it is what it is. I mean,
if you go to and I understand what you're saying, if you go to the governing for results policy that this court approved, what you're doing is you're going to be setting goals, and you're going to fund your budget to those goals. And so at least keep that in mind as we go forward in the morning.
I would only add that from what I've come with today is the idea that our legislative process that we use in this county, I think the elected officials are underutilized, and that the unfunded mandates that keep dropping on us should be addressed in a more aggressive way. I think it's ridiculous. We pay, what are we at now, $11 million on indigent defense that the county pays out of their pocket. I think it's ridiculous. We had this unfunded mandate from the Supreme Court, who seems more and more interested in accruing revenue and control to themselves. The Civil Service Commission, it's ridiculous that the employer does not have a right of appeal, and only the employee does. There are refinements within civil service that would certainly help, and Ron Wright and I came to see Glenn about this here a while back. There's some issues there. So crafting a more local-friendly legislative process would certainly be one of my goals.
we don't have too much control over that.
We understand that there's the dumper and the dumpee.
Yeah, you ready to go?
And we're the dumpee.
Okay, so we've heard what your comments were, and so we've had some homework tonight. So
We're strengthening our advocacy effort. Basically, be more proactive in lobbying for the needs of Tarrant County. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and the elected officials can certainly help in that. Not just the court sending a written message.
Okay.
9 o'clock?
See you then.
Your Honor? Yes, we need to adjourn our meeting. So moved.
In honor of Sergeant.
We're adjourned.
In honor of Sergeant.
Yes.